And I also don't get then how turning something on and off again miraculously makes the internet a billion times faster. Like, someone please tell me how that works.
Engineering secrets. Control, but it's 2 extra.
No one, Kevin. What puns have you got today? What puns have you got? Oh, I can finally do know your cricket.
Nah, put him in a tent.
See you.
Yeah, I need you to come up more, mate.
You gonna bust it?
Yeah, I need you to come up a little bit more, mate. Sorry?
I think you know the
Oh, right, okay. What does that mean? Okay. Graham, on the status camera, are you able to still set up from the tripod? Yes.
Graham, come
That's fine.
Streaming?
Yeah, that looks good, mate. Appreciate that.
Right. Crickets.
Yeah, look that off. That's good. That's good.
What a morning is...
Okay, so 1 and 2 statics is normal. Greg is camera 3 today, Graham camera 4, and then Andy will camera 5, and then there's 6 and 7 which will be static.
Yeah. I mean, I'll...
Once you do something...
Oh, what the hell? It's not big. It's in the air everything. Not seeing the air everything. Hello.
Sorry, yeah.
Oh, that's a bad throw, that's a bad throw.
Dug out York.
I've switched to Graham. Do either of you have a Hyundai?
Thank you.
Nice opening. Here we go.
Out.
Oh, bollocks.
Cheers, thank you.
Really hate the start. Really hate how it starts. The next 20 minutes.
We've all got kids, mate.
20 to 10.
Sing 3's coming out in November this year.
That's it.
Yeah.
Moana 2's
Yeah,
coming out
what's
this
the
year.
first ball start? Good.
They've got Mr. The Incredibles 3 being made as well.
Josh, are you going to take any knickers? I know
The
that.
Incredibles 3. Toy Story 5. Is it? Yeah, being made. 25, 26.
I don't think you can go far.
Yeah.
Just not.
Yeah, but it's not like Home Alone that goes past 2 and then you lose with Golden Gold. Like,
Just one wrong.
There's only so many times you can abandon your child.
You've got to go.
Yeah. Before social services get involved.
maybe that's what 5 is
Maybe don't
about.
want to see the white bit, that's just for the angle.
Yeah. No funny, it's not a funny film. It's just like a political... Oh, sorry, I need to...
Three homes and an orphanage run by a waiter.
Sorry.
Where
You should be in the script writing business.
Sorry.
Your brain goes to different places.
This match will get underway in 10 minutes' time. If you've just joined us, I can tell you that Middlesex won the toss and chose to field first.
Oh, that's good. Sure.
Your Middlesex
Yeah.
player is Joe
I think it might be somewhere
Sam
just
Robson,
Thank you, mate.
Nathan
Thank you.
Fernandez, your captain, Mark Stone,
I roll a
keeper
couple out.
Jack Davies, Ryan Higgins, Luke Holman, Josh Takers,
You say a lot of names.
Tony Rowan Jones, Henry Brooks, Ian Bamber, Andrew Lennon,
Who's
Fletcher
on?
Linton, your captain Nick Gubbins, Tom Prest, your keeper Ben Brown,
And bowl
Leo
now.
Dawson,
And bowl now.
Toby Abbott, Felix Morgan, Dom Kelly, Kyle Abbott, Brad Wheel and Mohammed Abbas. Just while we're waiting to get started, I'd like to take this opportunity once again to wish a very happy 15th birthday to Oliver Norris. He's here cheering on Middlesex with his grandparents today. Happy birthday to you, sir. Have a great day. Thank you.
It's Chuck Norris's brother.
No, it's Chuck Norris's nephew, I think. I'm just wondering if he's related to Jeff Norris.
How's the other family?
Where's Mickey?
He must do that to everyone who knows there's a family.
Oh, wow.
It's lovely this, isn't it?
The Royal Kindy Express. Hello, Sam. You see you
No.
what day's worse for it? Where are you staying at, 1 or 2?
I'm standing at one, but
Go, you get
more
in tight
just to
there.
see the
You
ball.
get in tight there, we'll
We're going
find
over and under. Straight to overs.
Over's fine.
I'll go a bit quicker.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of numbers. So if we average
Watch the fucking ball.
that's 2
Interesting angle you're getting it.
I think we're
Sit down, sit down.
Oh,
Moved a bit, I've moved a bit, don't follow me.
I think it's ridiculous.
nice,
There's some
Robert.
hands watching, and you,
I'll be head to ball.
the only good bit about this is
The dream team together for a while.
No, we haven't come in, mate. Red ball back. Guess who's back? Back again.
okay,
Red
then
ball
I
back.
go with absolute goal. No, but sorry,
Fuck, good practice this. Good trajectory.
I'm still gone.
Saying I'm
You
cool.
happy to walk through
Claim it.
15 minutes
No,
and
it's down.
then
One to come.
do things?
Right, so you frame
Oh, that's a bad throw.
designated tape.
One to come.
That's the biggest score beat.
Legend.
Beautiful, mate. Very good.
Thanks.
I'll get it. No, it's fine.
Make sure that is still framed up right.
Five minutes to camera, guys.
Come here. Yeah, I think so, but I wouldn't have thought the pro meters. No, I don't think more padding. I just think they'd be a bit bigger.
No, that's what I mean. Exactly.
Sorry, watch out, watch out, watch out.
Don't move the chair.
Sit still. Very simple instruction. Don't move the chair. Hold on, I'm just doing it. Right, I'm going to run ad roll.
Why are you mics on? Are you there off there? Right, I'll keep them on there, I'll do it.
They're off here now.
What's happening here?
Turn them on there, I'll do it here.
This is why I turned them on. Is it this morning?
Right, add roll. 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Ripped off the Glens. It's also Hampshire. Where's the mark? Find the mark. Yeah, we need a mark. We're going to release it. I'll see where they have the speaker.
Yeah.
Try that to let's go find really good work. I was like, listen, I'll do it. The speaker. Literally there. Yeah, honestly. Ben, Cricket was great.
Yeah, no, it's been general.
Oh, you.
get away somehow.
Funnily enough, yesterday evening, because it was 33 degrees the day before, this afternoon, got cold. So like from literally 33 down to 21, that's a 33% drop in temperature from one day to the next. So I was actually feeling cold at 21 degrees yesterday.
Normal waffle. Normal chat, say hello. Middlesex team.
Yeah.
Middlesex team.
Really, we've got a scorecard. Quick, 1 minute, guys.
Do you boys want scorecards?
We've got them, yeah. Scorecards, yeah.
So you'll see a ball with as little energy on it as possible.
The last one I see of anything like that.
Get under 60 and I'll be happy.
Oh, 30 seconds.
I'm going to say 248 today.
Oh, that would be a touch, that. Oh.
That's your fucking goal, okay?
Right slide, 10 seconds. Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome to Merchant Taylors School, the Metro Bank One Day Cup, coming to an end here at the Outground in northwest London, Northwood, the local area for this one. Hampshire, the visitors, they do like a trip to an Outground, and pretty much it's a lively affair when they turn up as well. There was a fair old fixture here a few years ago with Tino Best running in down from the Benham end down the slope, and a lively encounter on that one. It was the ground, of course, where Brendan McCullum made his debut for Middlesex as well, Merchant Taylors. They've had a fair few good records, good years here at Merchant Taylors. It's a bit of a fortress. Middlesex will hope to go out with a bang. Unfortunately, qualification no longer possible for Middlesex out of this group. Hampshire, well, a win for them and a little bit going their way elsewhere. Might just see them squeeze through to the next round. So plenty to play for them. It's a very strong side. I'm Kevin Hand. Dom Ford alongside me, bringing you the stream as well for this one. Dom, first of all, the weather's good. It was raining this morning. There's a bit of sunshine now. It's usually a lively surface here. And actually, it should be a pretty good game of cricket as well.
Absolutely. Good morning, everyone. It is a beautiful day here. Like you say, Kev, the sun has just come out and that track looks like an absolute belter. It looks flat. Like you say, it can be a little bit spicy, so we should see some runs on the board. Middlesex have won the toss and will be bowling first up against a very strong Hampshire side that are looking for a win.
Absolutely. Well, players are on their way. Let's take you through the sides. One change for each for their last matches. Middlesex bringing in Ryan Higgins. He's back from the 100. So he comes in for Martin Anderson, Nathan Anders, Joe Cracknell, familiar opening pair now in the One Day Cup, Sam Robson, Mark Stoneman. Solid middle order, which is bolstered now by the return of Higgins. Jack Davies, the keeper, and then a bowling lineup, which again, looking pretty good. Luke Holman has been a star in, well, all formats really this year. He's grown into this season as it's gone on. And he's really looking close to his best, I would suggest. Josh Carey's having a good season as well. Toby Rowland-Jones, the skipper's back in. One eye perhaps on next week against Northamptonshire here in the Championship. Henry Brooks and Ethan Bamber. As for the visitors, one change as well. They have Liam Dawson back from the 100. He played last night, so he comes in for Joe Weatherly. Fletcher Middleton and Nick Gubbins, the openers. Tom Prest, Ben Brown, the wicket-keeper, former Sussex glovesman. Liam Dawson back from the 100, as we said. Toby Albert, Felix Orban, Dom Kelly. But then that trio at the bottom, Kyle Abbott, Brad Wheel and Mohammed Abbas. Quite a trio. A lot of pace there with Wheel. No Fuller, not back for this one, but nonetheless, it's a strong-looking side. So news of the toss is that Middlesex have won it. They've elected to have a bowl. No great surprise there. The fancy this morning, a little bit of rain around, so there'll be a little bit of movement. And they will hope that Bamber up the hill, Rowland-Jones down the hill, Brooks, wherever needed, can come up with the goods against well, a Hampshire lineup. The strength probably for them, their losses to the 100, their strength is with the ball, even though they haven't got Fuller back. But Abbott and Abbas, quite a pairing. Here's Bamber then. It's going to be Middleton on strike first up. So Gubbins, the former Middlesex opener, a title winner of course, waits at the other end. Here's Bamber. A little bit of shape back in to Middleton, up on his toes off the mark first ball. So yeah, Hampshire needing a win, and then they'll have eyes on elsewhere. Middlesex would have loved to have been in that position, but eliminated on Sunday at Lords with the defeat by Somerset.
Gubbins off the mark, first ball. Little tickled single to Roland Jones there, part of the title-winning team. Gubbins, Roland Jones, Robson in this match as well, 2016 title winners. I think Gubbins was part of the squad. Ryan Higgins was part of the Middlesex squad at that stage, but he didn't have too big a role to play, if any at all, in 2016.
Yes, Bams!
Little short, little wide, and punched away. Lovely, lovely shot by Middleton. First boundary of the match. Middleton moves to 5.
Yeah, lovely positive start. Fletcher Middleton. This track really does look good. Ethan Bamber a little bit wide. Middleton just standing tall, punching through square. First boundary of the day.
From Gubbins, from Bamber. Let's get in behind that one. Bamber emerged out of that championship side of championship winning side of 2016. 2018 really his breakthrough year. Middlesex in Division 2 again at that point. But off to pastures new at the end of the season, much as Gubbins left a title-winning Middlesex to head to Hampshire. We're not quite able to help Middlesex back to those heights. You never know, he might get them back to Division 1 this year though.
Come on, boy! One gets us going here. Come on, boys!
Chase here from the boundary for Cratton, and he'll hold him to a single. But yeah, lovely day for it. Hampshire will be happy with that. They need the win. That's crucial to them, a win today. Hampshire would have been no good. See the members tent, I think it is in the background, or a beer bar. I'm not sure which one. Oh no, members is over the other side. There's the beer bar in the background. Stocking up for the day. These two will be hoping to stock up hard at the start of the Hampshire innings. And there is a pretty much good description from Nick Gubbins of exactly what you expect from Merchant Taylor School. Just watch for the bounce. He's running down the hill, so be Roland Jones from the Benham ends. Gubbins giving that little bit of advice to Middleton. It will kick from Roland Jones, so watch it and get bounce even though it's down the hill. It's a seamer's surface usually here in Northwood. Here goes the club captain, back amongst the ranks today with Stoneman still in charge. Shoveled to the carries at mid-on there. It was an aggressive bottom-handed drive from Middleton. And he shoved nearly in the air for a moment.
Yeah, Roland Jones was out of action for a little while during that T20 blast. Coming back into the white ball game against Somerset.
His toes and off his hips. Nicely done by Middleton. Just riding that bounce that Gubbins was talking about.
Bowled very well against Somerset the other day. Was unlucky not to pick up a couple of wickets. Roland Jones is going to play a vital part in the back end of this season with the return of the red ball. Middlesex's hopes of promotion back into Division 1.
Scampered single important to rotate the strike on this surface here. Should be one where the bowlers are able to get on top. Pulled hard, but quite sure he's got enough of it. Chase on for De Carey's from mid-on. Is it just going to make it? Indeed, it's Holman coming around from deep square. Back for 3.
A lot of positive early intent from Gubbins and Middleton. They look to get their team off to a good start. It's going to be a high-scoring ground, so Hampshire will know positive start is vital. Drill back hard at Roland Jones to end the over. Not a lot of swing out there early. 5 from Roland Jones first over. Hampshire 14 without loss.
Come on, Bamboo! Shot.
Punted.
Yeah, I know. 1 from 1.
Tough to see that.
Down onto the toe. No damage done by the looks of it.
Yes, Bambi.
Come on, Bambi!
Come on, boys.
Come on, lads. Softy and a goodie here. Bang, bang. Come on, Bam. Come on, Bam.
Oh, now. Trapping the bat down, Middleton. That ball thumping into the pad, too high. Wow. Yeah. No problem, actually. Jagged an awful lot.
Yeah, probably first real signs of movement in the first 14 balls of this match. Bamba getting that one to nip back in, strike the back pad.
Nice, Rocky.
That's up on his toes again. Middleton looks so he's well prepared to ride this bounce that we've been talking about up the hill from the Lake End Bamba. Obviously found a little bit more bounce of the incline. There's Higgins, the man returning. First one-day cup match for him, having been away with 100. Big job to play in the coming weeks for Middlesex. A home game against Northamptonshire in the Championship. Home game at Lords against Gloucestershire as well, and trips as well to Headingley. To Hove.
Nice, Bam.
I think 4 days still to come at Derbyshire as well, isn't there?
Yeah, only featured once in the 100. Did Ryan Higgins. Second game of that competition. It's good to see him back in Middlesex colours.
There's a beaut from Bamba. Middlesex keen for early wickets here. Slow Hampshire up from the off in this power play. Not let Gubbins and co get away. Gubbins can be a very quick scorer, as Middlesex will know over the years. Lost his place in the T20 side, which I think irked him, as it would any player. But one day in Championship cricket, he was able to score at a good rate. 3 bowls. Hampshire put in by Middlesex here at Merchant Taylor School in the One Day Cup. 14 without loss.
A good comeback. Ethan Bamber went for 9 in that first over, followed up with a maiden. These two sides have met at Merchant Taylor's in a 50-over game back in 2018, a game that Hampshire won by 5 wickets. The only time that they faced each other at this school.
Nice little tuck into the onside. They pick up a couple as Amber comes around. Down the hill from the Benham end here. Roland Jones look to extract bounce to unsettle the batters down the hill. The trajectory, which if you're bowling down the hill at Hove, the Cromwell Road end running down that slope, I expect the trajectory will just kick on a little bit lower. But Merchant Taylor's being a seamer's surface, it does always have that extra bit of bounce, which with the slope from that end can unsettle the batters. That's a beaut. Seaming away, I'd suggest. I don't think that was through the air. No, there you go. A little bit of movement.
They'll know each other very well, these two. Roland Jones and Nick Gubbins. Played together for plenty of years.
Lovely shot. Oh, it's a good stop. Standing from the carries. Only saved one. Could have been a couple up the hill. It was just a gentle push from Gubbins, but always a nice feeling when the ball goes straight back past the bowler. Nice feeling as well. That first sip of coffee of the morning.
How many have you had so far today, Kev?
5. Can't remember the first sip. Is that the burger van?
I was going to say, I was getting a nice whiff of bacon.
Do we get staff discount? Nicely played off the back foot to end the over, and good over from Roland Jones. That one that beat Gubbins in particular, he would have really enjoyed. It's a bit out there. 4 overs gone, Middlesex. You really be fancying that early breakthrough. 17 without loss is one of the temporary stands. Any familiar faces in there? Saw Clive Radley wander past the tent a moment ago in front of us here. Still an avid cricket watcher of his beloved Middlesex, the legendary Clive Radley. It's that little bit of shape again. Around the wicket, angling in towards off, but off the surface that's gone away. I don't think that was through the air again. Let's have a look. No, bang, there you go. Off the surface, straightening on Gubbins. A little bit fuller, a little bit straighter, that's a problem.
Yeah, good areas from Bamber. Both he and Roland Jones have really tightened up their lines after those first couple overs went for a few runs.
Lovely, Winnie. One in the ring, then nick off for two. Come on, lad.
Edged. Safe down to deep third. Cry catch going up early. It was a thick edge. Gubbins back and across, looking to punch into the offside. Wasn't even really a punch, it was just getting in behind, but yeah, thick edge runs away.
2 slips in place. That's the plan. To the left hand around the wicket, nipping away. Gubbins driving hard.
Jaffa. Middleton squared up by that one. Bamba finding some good pace, some good bounce up the hill. Crucially, that seam movement as well. Look at that straighten. Actually didn't get up as much, perhaps. That one could die once it passes the edge. It's taken low by Davies. Again, the incline here will have something to do with that. But passing the edge of the bat, it seemed to go through at a good height.
Bang, bang. 20 for two with you, E. Very good, E. Very good, E. Bambi.
Oh, through it goes. Pace and bounce again from Bamba.
Another good over from the Middlesex seamer. Made an over followed by just a single. Yeah, there was that early intent between Gubbins and Middleton, those first 2 overs, but just things have become a little bit more difficult in the 3 overs that have followed. Down to good bowling, but just getting used to the surface. There's a little bit in it for both here. It's a good batting track if you get in. High scoring ground, short boundaries, but early doors there'll be some movement for Bamba and Roland Jones, the likes of Henry Brooks and Ryan Higgins, of course.
Pitching outside. Might be 2 noises on that as well, but
Come on, Robbie. Come Toesy, come Toes. Yes, boys. Toby. Lads. Come on, boys.
toe end. Gubbins was the cry of catch, but it died off the bat. It's forced wide of the mid-on again from Gubbins, playing it well off the back foot. Faced Roland Jones a good few times over the years. Little words make the now club captain, his old teammate, chuckle. They were the players of the year, of course, Roland Jones and Gubbins in the 2016 championship winning year. The players' player of the year was Nick Gubbins. The player of the year was Roland Jones. I think Rojo politely made the point that Players Player of the Year, there's more batters on the staff than there are bowlers. Wow. Gubbins comes to prod away at the surface. Get this on a spot at the moment. Hit the top of the off stump a little bit more regularly, Middlesex. There's trouble there for the batters. There's enough movement to really unsettle them. They're not going to be able to score off the top of the off stump at all, as you shouldn't really on many grounds, but certainly here at the moment there's enough seam movement. Middlesex will just want to tighten it a little bit more. There you go, just a little bit straighter on that one. For Gubbins though, allowing him to get to Middleton, sorry, allowing him to get back and rock a couple into the onside.
We saw that ball before. Roland Jones going a little bit fuller. Extravagant movement off the surface. Just want to keep it around that length. Zone in on that off stump.
Cry a catch, it was in the air for a moment, it's gone square. Deep third coming around towards a deep backward point to collect. Rueful look from Roland Jones as he goes to collect his cap and his sunglasses from the umpire. Just searching for it. It was in the air, quite a long way in the air, wasn't it? Down to Brooks. Backward point, not really in with a chance though. Nice viewing spot. Oh, in the tree, there you go. Get a little bit of shade under the tree as well. 6 bowled, 22 with that loss.
Yeah, good comeback from these two. Hampshire 14 for none after 2 overs. So just an additional 8 from the 4 overs that have followed. So Bamber and Roland Jones doing a good job keeping things tight.
Edged and taken at slip. Simple one in the end. A little look from Bamber to Stoneman. Maybe there's a little conversation there from the skipper to the bowler. Capital catch by Robson at slip. And well taken, well held. Well bowled, just drawn into that drive. He was lucky in the last over against Roland Jones with a similar one. And there he goes, driving a length ball outside off. So Middleton has to depart. Middlesex have their breakthrough. Hampshire lose their first wicket in the 7th over. They're 22 for 1.
And there's the reward for a good start from Ethan Bamber. Went for 9 from that first one and then just been for a single since. Got the reward of that wicket. Keeping on a good line in length. Middleton driving hard outside off stump. Safely pouched from Sam Robson.
The incoming batter, Tom Prest.
Tom Prest makes his way out. Number 3. Gubbins comes to have a chat with him. He'll be. He's always full of chat, Nick Gubbins. And he'll be talking his way. There you go, coaching his way through it with Prest. What the ball's doing. There's nibble off the surface. There's bounce. Hampshire skipper, of course, who'll be wearing that shirt with a fair bit of pride. Gubbins leading the team here against his former county. Be very desperate to do well. Very desperate. I don't suppose you can't really be mildly desperate, can you? Well, from a commentator's perspective, at any given point in the day, you're mildly desperate for the next arrival of food. Thoughts turn to lunch already. Mildly desperate for 11s. Thick inside part of the bat. Gets pressed off the mark. Oohs and ahs from the field as they felt they were nearly through there. And indeed they were.
Impressive player. And number 3, Tom Prest, just 21 years of age. Broke into this Hampshire first 11 a couple of seasons ago. Former England under-19 captain in the 2022 World Cup.
Use of the feet from Gubbins, looking to negate some of that movement that Middlesex have got out there. Be positive, get on the front foot. Stoneman holding the ball, looking at Gubbins, looking at the keeper. I think the conversation's ongoing. And Stoneman, no, don't worry. Yeah, a little bit of chatter, I'm sure, to try and get out the former Middlesex opener and now Hampshire captain. Stoneman, I guess, in a way, was the replacement for Gubbins. Nice use of the feet again. Steered wide of Roland Jones for a couple. Obviously, so many pressing needs for Hampshire today, but always that little bit of pride against your former county, wanting to do well against them. Solidly in behind that one with the use of the feet as well. End of the 7th, 25 for 1.
Successful over for Ethan Bamber. Opening wicket for Middlesex. Fletcher Middleton departing. Yeah, he's a very good player to have in this sort of situation. Nick Gubbins can really, someone would describe him as nuggety. Can get stuck in. Become very free-flowing when he gets into his innings, but in this sort of conditions with a little bit of cloudy overheads and movement off the surface, plays the ball late. Averages 40, just shy of 40 in List A cricket.
Now, Hill goes up behind the stumps, nothing from the bowler at all. He was only interested in preventing the leg bite. Wasn't a long way forward on this Prest. Equally, he wasn't a long way across, going a long way down the leg side, and that's what Roland Jones could see. They couldn't see it behind the stumps. That front pad not really going anywhere, staying on leg stump. Never went forward, but crucially, as I say, never went across. Again, leg side. Thought about turning and throwing.
More tight bowling. Roland Jones. Just the one boundary. His first 7.5 overs. Middleton punching off the back foot in that opening over. Since then, it's been all Middlesex.
Yeah, I do. I don't some today, but
It's a nice little push. Put a dot ball. Cry catch, but steered wide of mid-on. And well placed by Gubbins, well timed. Up the hill. Still manages to find the boundary. Cracknell going across along with Ethan Bamber. There's Bamber's chase. Oh, he was kept interested all the way, wasn't he? Oh.
Just what you want as a opening fast bowler. Nice long chase, the ball before. Getting down the other end and carrying on your spell.
End of the 8th, 30 for 1. A few Hampshire fans maybe have made the trip up the M3, around the M25. Oh, use of the feet. And that is bludgeoned down the grounds. First 6 of the innings. Prest was also his first boundary.
Oh, what a shot that is from Tom Prest. Down the track. Putting Ethan Bamber off his length. Not letting him settle, and first maximum of the day. It's not quite hit his straps this tournament, Tom Prest. His highest score of 26. From the game so far, he's an important player, and if he gets in, scores very, very, very quickly. Big wicket for Middlesex. That's a lovely shot as well. Punched off the back foot. Good chase. Luke Holman and the captain, Mark Stoneman, working together. Nicely timed from Tom Prest. Come back for 3.
hard. Going around is Cracknell at backward point and throwing down the stump as well. Gunfielder and a man in form with the bat as well at the moment. Cracknell, keeper by trade in his younger years. It's pretty decent. Backward point or in the deep, fast on the outfield, athletic, agile. But yeah, with the bat, he's rising slowly towards that list A century. Oh dear. Chance goes down, does it? Sounded like an edge. Bamber thought he had his man. It just falls down out of the gloves of Davies. Certainly sounded like there was an edge. Whether it took back pad on the way through. Oh. Only Ethan Bamber can half smile off a drop catch, can't he? If it was one. End of the ninth, 39 for 1.
First change of bowl in this game, Henry Brooks, Middlesex's leading wicket taker in the competition. 9 so far, best of 4 for 43 against Lancashire. He's popped very well in this tournament. Already started to hit his straps. Look like he's getting towards his best.
Oh, that goes off the surface straight away.
It's a busy one for aircraft here as well. It's a great at Randall who managed to get good aircraft shots for us. Huh? Yes, I mean, was it him at Radley managed to do the planes at Radley? Yes. And Noel, we got it.
Raced through. Oh, just bounced through. I'll get through for the single. It's bounced up on Higgins.
I said very clean before we started.
You ready? You ready? Coming to 3 on 3. Here we go. So, you can go in any time on the mic, Greg.
What is that flag on the end? Langley what? Kings Langley FC. Represented in the commentary tent. Director of Communications, Stephen Fletcher.
More importantly, Hairy Mike at the front there. Or Michael, two close friends. Been following us around this season.
Wearing the tie just in case he needs to get into the pavilion today, clearly.
I didn't see it, I was looking at us. Oh, it's in the foreground, yeah. What are the figures like for this on Hampshire? It says it. It says all about Hampshire, doesn't it? Yeah, but Hampshire fans, I mean, you know, they're not one of the big ones, are they? They're not one of they're not one of the big teams for fans, are they, for viewership?
Bamber into his 6th over.
Bless me.
Very good again from Ethan Bamber. Really nice line too. Left-handed Nick Gubbins, not giving him any width. Very strong off his legs as well, Gubbins, so Bamber wary of going a little bit too straight. Davies up to the stumps, so he can't come out of his crease.
It's a little too full. So in the over. 11 done. Gubbins 15. Prest will have strike on 13. Hampshire put in 43 for 1. It's a solid start here at Merchant Taylor School. There's the school in the background there on the right. And there's the story so far. Middleton caught Robson, bowled Bamber. 14 from 22. He'd chanced his arm the ball before. Last ball of Roland Jones is over. And then the first ball of the next driving at a length ball. Robson taking a good catch at slip. But Brown's come, Dawson, Albert Organ. It could be seen as though they're a little light with the bat. But when you look from the bottom up, Abbott, Wheel and Abbas, they're going to be a mighty tough trio to face on this surface. Brooks will be hoping to make a real nuisance of himself against these Hampshire openers likewise.
That's what it looks like to me, but some people thought that
cut in the air and taken. Backward point. Fine catch from Ryan Higgins. His old mate Gubbins. He's the man who has to depart. They broke through at the same time, really, at Middlesex, Gubbins and Higgins. Higgins just managed to solidify... Sorry, Gubbins managed to solidify his place that little bit earlier. But boy, oh boy. They're glad to have this man back, Higgins. He'll be in with the ball soon. Cut in the air, just stretching a little bit for it. Gubbins will be mightily disappointed. He played himself in. He was in a good position here, it seems, and set for a long, long innings. But Middlesex have a crucial breakthrough. 34 deliveries for Gubbins. He's gone for 15. He'll be massively, massively disappointed because he'd have felt he was just in a position to start getting ticking and guide this innings, anchor this innings as well. 44 for 2. Hampshire with 1 ball to go, the 12th.
Yeah, the 10th wicket of the competition for Henry Brooks. Been in really good form with the ball in hand, which will please everyone at Middlesex. A difficult innings for Gubbins, 15 from 34. Just showing it's not the easiest to score out here early. Ryan Higgins back in the side. Straight on the scorecard with that catch. Successful over for Henry Brooks. 1 from in the wicket. Hampshire 44 for 2.
Now, what's he spotted? Is he looking at the options for lunch as well? What vans are on display around the ground? Burger van, hot dogs. Yeah, we're only just past 11s, aren't we?
Just egg triangulate in line with the bottom.
That was a nice shot. If we get that one again, it's probably worth a big zoom out. We haven't done that yet, have we? Had a look at the score. It doesn't have to be any time soon. We've got all day. 1 o'clock or whatever. We fluffed fluffing.
New batter, Ben Brown. Maybe the key man in his Hampshire innings. In at number 4, former Sussex wicket keeper. Made the move to Hampshire a couple of seasons ago. Leading run scorer in this competition for his county, 232 runs, 139 not outscored against Northamptonshire to open up the competition.
Different coloured pens. Come on, draw out the dots. Middleton, length line, seen away. Hamilton 1
Oh, that gets through. A little clip of the fingertip of Davies. Did that hurt? Sounded like it did.
Oh no. Whose scorecard is that? Not all of us.
Sounds like it's active flesh. I was just about to hold out his commentating cap as well.
Going to one-on-one.
Yeah.
That would be good for a bit of ritual elimination.
Going to one-on-one.
Of who? Dan.
Going to three-on-three.
Every hole is like, yeah, four. What's that?
Well, no, running up into a flag or it's dropped the ball. Going to five. Going to one-on-one. I actually just started counting when I was on the
Oh, now, goodness me, what has that gone through? It's gone through everything, I think. Off the gloves. What's the umpire going to signal a bye? Well, there's that seam movement again. Look at this. Bit of bounce, bit of seam movement. It's done for the keeper in the same way it's done for... Oh, wow, over the top of middle. In the same way it very nearly did for Prest. A beaut from Bamba. 1 ball to go of his 7th over. He's bowling himself into a bit of a rhythm ahead of next week's championship game.
Next Thursday, isn't it, back here?
Standing back now, Davies for Brown. And the end of the 13th, 52 for 2, a week tomorrow. Week tomorrow, the championship returns. Big game against Northamptonshire here, Hampshire. Up in Division 1, where Middlesex will be hoping to join them next year. Then they can bring them here for a 4-day game. 16th time Merchant Taylor's been used as an outground venue by Middlesex.
The reason I know is because Kevin James, Hampshire played a quarter, a third, quarter.
Cut in the air and put down. Went hard at Cracknell. He's a fine, fine fielder. He'll be disappointed that he didn't hold on to that one because he sets high standards and he's an also great competitor. Would have enjoyed it. Would have loved to have taken that one. Oh, look at that. Up in the air. It just slapped into his hands, then fell back out. Almost like hitting the backboard of a basketball. And that wasn't it. Hammered hard onto the hands, then fell down in front of him. He's disappointed, but it was a sharp chance. It was hit hard. And interesting, it was the nearly a second wicket from a cut shot to point. Single taken down to deep thirds. Press ticks along to 16. Brown back onto strike. Brooks. He'll be disappointed. He didn't get the wicket there. He's looked in a little bit of better groove, better form the last couple of weeks from Warwickshire bowler. No. Brown got himself into a little bit of an awkward position down the hill, so perhaps the bounce didn't get up as much as Brown was expecting. That front pad was well off the ground when it struck him. Up he goes, up above the knee roll. Would have been an interesting one. It always is nowadays with DRS, isn't it? Just to have a look at the trajectory and all of a sudden you see it was clipping a bail. Never in a month of Sundays are you going to get that one given. Leg side, just a single down to Fernandez.
nice one, Fletch. From Hugh Jackman and you still got
Push back for 2 from Tom Prest. Nicely tucked into the leg side. It's not been easy to score here at Merchant Taylors this morning. There's cloudy overheads. We've seen that seam movement off the surface. It's not been easy to get away for the batters. Prest is trying. Naturally a very positive player. It's driven slightly on the up. Safely out for a single. 5 from Henry Brooks, third over. He's got good figures of 1 for 9.
So 57 for 2 after 14. Return for Roland Jones. Wicketless so far. Going to come up the hill from the lake end. Maybe just a little bit of practice as well for Roland Jones ahead of next week, where he'll be up and down the hill, no doubt, across those 4 days against Northamptonshire. He's always been a down the hill bowler here at Merchant Taylor School, though, Roland Jones. He and Stephen Finn charging down the slope here over the years. Tim Mercer running up the hill. Down the track. And a quick single taken. Leg side from Roland Jones, be wide, just nips away. Down the leg side and a wide, comfortable decision, that one for the umpire. On the spot, Middlesex been there or thereabouts. I don't think they'll be too disappointed with how they bowled at all this morning. I think it tightened up a little bit more to that off stump as the morning went on. Would it have been 57 for 3? That catch was taken in the last over. I want to keep going here though, quickly with this ball before it gets too soft, one at either end. Side on that one again. Away it goes. Oh, well held, sir.
Nicely tickled. On Tom Prest, Roland Jones just straying, pitch straight. Henry Brooks coming round from fine leg, but no chance. Pressed on to 24.
Lovely ball. It's put on the spot that it needs to be. Preston doubts what he's doing. A strike rate of 100 for Prest. Very, very keen to remove Prest before he does too much damage. Brown, likewise, an outstanding average for a glovesman in this day and age. Any age. Oh, now he was nearly through that. Just checked it in the end, Prest. Very nearly through it too soon. Up the hill, just maybe an extra bit of bounce. Didn't quite come onto the bat as quickly, maybe.
Yeah, just looked like it maybe stopped in the surface a little bit. Prest pushing at it.
Almost pressed a little inside out about it, didn't he? That bat face came down at an angle. He was really in control of that at all. Couple more to the total to end the over. 15 bowled and 66 for 2. Oh, we've got a sleeper. He's had his 11s, clearly he's happy, he's content. Is that 2 sleepers actually? One with the cap down, he could be on the phone. Brown will be happy tickling the singles at the moment. Just ticking over, playing the long game. The loss of Gubbins. Brown perhaps will see himself as the anchor of this innings now. A vastly experienced player. He lost to Sussex when he moves along to Hampshire. Left by Prests. It very much should be setting themselves up here to think to bat long in this innings. You need to go chasing the runs here at Merchant Taylor School. Could get yourself into a lot of trouble. You've got to try and get in on this surface. Feel in. Certainly going to be something in it for the bowlers throughout, you'd have thought.
Henry Brooks working up a good head of steam coming down this hill. A bit more zip off the surface.
Wow, goodness me, that was not far off at all. Swings away from angles in there and then passing the sumps. Look at the swing, it goes through to the keeper, but goodness me, that was close though.
Yeah, we're seeing that there definitely is a little bit more bounce from the Lake end. This end that Henry Brooks is at, the Benham end is just sort of keeping a little bit low. Not too much extravagant bounce. Around the top of that off stump.
Pass, it's a deep backward square. Yes, yes, that's the call. 69 for 2. Again, I'll just be happy to tick at the moment.
Come on, Joe. Come on, Brookie. Get us going here, Henny. Come on, Henny. Come on, boys. Go close to it here, lads. So good here, Hen. So good here, Henny.
Nicely played from Prest to end the over. He's going well here for Hampshire.
He's done well, isn't he? You've been impressed? Don't get browned off with my puns though. 70 for 2 after 16.
Quick mention on a game that is of big importance for Hampshire and Hampshire fans. Durham versus Derbyshire. Durham 81 for 2, batting first. We'll keep an eye on that game, see how it progresses.
Inside again from Roland Jones, ricochets around off the pads.
Quick single. Again from Prest. Doesn't look like boundaries are too easy to come by here at Merchant Taylors, so running between the wickets is vital. Just keep that scoring rate up. Just 4.35 and over for Hampshire. You'd expect these two to dig themselves in and that run rate increase as the inning goes on.
Edged, but short of the wide slip Robson. I think it would have carried to a second slip. Ran it as much as anything.
Brooksy. Sorry, son.
To adapt that one, Brown didn't quite get up on him again. He had that one earlier from Roland Jones really well. Onto the back foot and looked to hook, and it struck him on that front pad in the air. Similarly on that one, he had to really jack the bat down onto the board, it felt.
Slower ball from Roland Jones. Just looking to get Prest to chip that one into the offside. It's nicely controlled, pressed into the 30s. It's now his highest score in this competition this season, Tom Prest. His coaching staff will be impressed.
Single sweeper back is Holman. Interesting to see how the spinner goes. There's been a bit of grip here today for the seamers, which usually means it will spin. So Dawson and Holman beats the 4, you'd imagine. 17 bowled, 74 for 2. Been put in Hampshire.
I think both sides will be relatively happy with how these first 17 overs have gone. Middlesex will be pleased with their start, keeping things tight, a couple of early wickets. But Hampshire won't be too disappointed, just getting used to this surface. It's a good toss to win. These clouds overhead, expected to be around for most of the day, but a little bit of rain around this morning. It's a good toss to win.
Oh, now it's going to beat Fernandez. That was whipped away. Leg stump half volley and punished hard.
just straying in line a bit. Henry Brooks, Brown timing that really nicely off his legs. Usually bats a bit lower in the longer format. The 4-day game, Ben Brown usually comes in around number 6. But up at 4, very much the senior batter in this lineup. See the likes of James Vince off with the 100. Liam Dawson is back today. See him later on.
That's well played. On his toes. It's riding that bounce again. Again, it's track here, as we've seen, with a couple of cut shots. So to be careful on the back foot. Oh dear. Slip and a slide. To no avail for the carries.
Yeah, it's one that didn't look like it was going to get there, but it kept going. Carries. Oh, he's unlucky with just sliding that one back in. Caught on his backhand.
Still pace and bounce, it feels, in this surface. Now that felt as though it kept a fraction low. Brown's played that well. Pick up a single. Whether it was batter error in judgment, he went back and across. Wasn't that short of a length, actually. Brown manages to recover himself well. Slips out from Brooks, but he gets away with it. Merchant Taylor School, I think it's eight squares here at the school. Old Merchant Taylor's Cricket Club over the back as well.
Not happy with the decision. No, I don't think.
Did he show dissent? Is the umpire marking it down?
You still have the batting in pairs. Was it 5 overs you used to get and then rotate? 4 overs?
Change of bowling from the maker, Nathan Fernandez.
Yeah, interesting move. Nathan Fernandez had to wait his turn on occasions in the innings so far in this competition, but he's the first spinner to be throwing the ball today. 2 right-handers. It's flat. Pick it up from Fernandez, that one. They got a single.
Didn't keep low. First ball off spin. A little short outside the off stump, but didn't get up at all. A loosener from Fernandez. There's 4 wickets in the tournament so far. 2 versus Kent, 2 versus Worcester.
Pulled hard, pulled for 4, powerfully struck. One of the sweeter struck shots of the day, I'd suggest.
Yeah, dominant there from Tom Prest. Bit of room, short from Fernandez and gets on top of that really nicely, picks the gap through mid-wicket. Chat between captain and bowler, just working out some plans. Tom Prester's looking nicely set. Very dangerous player, very highly rated. Potential England batter in the future.
Ooh, is that off middle? Single ends the over, 89 for 2 after 19. Look at that. Slowly rebuilding here. Up northwards. Bit of work to do. Another couple of wickets into the column and haven't really got anywhere yet, Hampshire. Ryan Higgins down below with Noah Cornwall. Off the field for a moment, took the catch to get rid of Gubbins. Is he on the physio table? A little stiff perhaps driving back for this one. Spin at both ends. Luke Holman sliding it down the hill from the Benham end. It's a finger spinner given the opportunity to try and get the bounce from the Lake end.
Luke Holman, probably been the star player throughout all formats so far this season for Middlesex. 8 wickets in the tournament so far. Bowling with a lot of confidence, batting well. Also, interesting to see how much turn he gets from this Benham end. Tend to see him really rip that googly.
Start from Holman, that's where I want to leave the ball. A few variations he had, Googly not want to nip back in, but leg break bowler. He'll get one slide down the hill as well.
Wristily played from Prest. Almost has that hockey style that you see from some batters. Wicket keepers tend to have it as well. Snappy wrists. Looking to go big, get down the track, dragged into the leg side. Didn't get to the pitch of the ball at all. Luke Holman won't mind seeing that at all. Dragging the batters out of their crease.
Skipper comes around to collect. Went the single at the end of the over, so 4 off it, 4 singles. 20 bowled, 93 for 2. Projection-wise, it's very hard to call here. Looking obviously at over 200, but how far over, we shall have to wait and see. Now, there's a Middlesex shop. Shop and information. Jules, Loz, Grace, Steph and Eric keeping guard. Ran the Middlesex shop at Lords for so many years. Eric sat down there in the foreground. Great provider of tiramisu when we're at Radlett Cricket Club as well, although failed me this year. Wonder what he'll come up with for us at Merchant Taylor School, if not the tiramisu. Tickle to the onside. Cut away to point no run.
Good over.
Nice dodge, boys.
From Nathan Fernandez. He'll look to get out. Get out of this one.
Cut away, just a single, the sweeper's back. 94 for 2 at the end of the 21st.
Very good from Fernandez. Get through some very handy middle overs. There's the left arm spinner. 3 spinners in this lineup. Fernandez, Holman, and Josh Carey's. Usually see all 3 of them bowl. There's 2 of them working in pair at the moment. A little bit of turn there for the leg spinner. Full toss, swatted away by Prest. Feel like he's missed out there. These two going nicely. Just rotating the strike, just past their 50 partnership. rebuilding nicely for the visitors. Again, they're in must need of a win. Hampshire need a win today if they want to give themselves a chance of qualification, get into that top 3. This last round of Metro One Day Cup fixtures.
Now, how close is that? Not out. Quick decision from the umpire. Sharp single. Oh, they're all questioning still. Brown. Oh dear. Let's have another look. I think that first angle was pretty clear. Just watching the the glove of Davies, he didn't break the stumps at all himself. Is that why? It seemed as though it was a direct hit, and oh dear.
Unfortunately, that should have been out.
End of the 22nd, 99 for 2.
It's hard for the umpires in that split second, especially with the keeper so close to the stumps. It looked at first like Davies may have taken the bells off with his glove, but he didn't.
There's the 100 up for Hampshire, little single. Just pushed wide of Brooks there. Brown on 24, supporting well. Preston is 39, 100 on the board. They'll want to, at very least, double this, but really and truly, they'll be wanting to be up towards 300, he'd suggest. It all depends on this partnership, I'd fancy. Dragged inside part of the bat. He's got away with that. Looking to use the feet. Single to Brooks.
Nice day! Something silly, boys!
Well done, Nathan.
End of the 23rd, 102 for 2. It's a partnership now. Came together with the score on 44, the fall of Gubbins, which was a big, big breakthrough for Middlesex, that. But Brown is a dangerous customer. On the left, Press there on the right. He's given this innings a really good jolt at the start, good strike rate. Nice bowled by Holman. Single tickled away into the onside. 103 for 2. And gone. Holman picks up press for 40. Was it the googly? Certainly slid on. Back and across. And that's pretty plump. Hitting middle and leg. Did it just slide on? Did it come back in? I think it might. Oh yeah, a little bit of the googly about it, but down the hill as well. That was the thing for the leg spinner. Good move to bring him on at the Benham ends from the skipper. Coaches, I'm sure they'll have thought it all through. The finger spinner at the other end, Fernandez, but Holman, who is really on an upward curve, it feels like this year. Anytime you throw him the ball, it feels as though something's going to happen. Big breakthrough that for Middlesex. Pressed LBW to Holman for 40 from 48, 103 for 3. Which brings Liam Dawson to the middle. Back in the sides, back in the squads from the 100 last night. Here to try and give Hampshire that boost, to try and help them through to the knockout stage. It's a big job to do for him here with the bat first up, though, to get things going again with Brown. That partnership certainly settled things down, but Middlesex, I feel the ball's been on top for the most part. I hope a little purple patch will just rumble through the middle of this innings. Looks as though they're taking drinks then with the fall of that wicket. The umpire's just disappeared off the field in front of us. A drink's taken, 103 for 3. Live stream here at Merchant Taylor School from Middlesex, all in association with Dafferburn. So, drinks are done, and Dawson's in to join Brown. Big couple of names. Hampshire middle order. Gubbins at the top, the big name. 103 for 3 in the 24th. obviously flighted again. That over for Holman. You can imagine he'd be close to bowling through at this stage. Two right-handers. In the kind of form at the moment that he'd fancy 2 or 3 today. If you're able to get him early in this spell, Hampshire will be in a lot of trouble. Full bunger to finish, and a single for Brown. So the wicket to fall of Prests, LBW to the googly, or certainly the one that just slid on from Holman. 105 for 3 it is after 24.
Yeah, big wicket out of Tom Prest. It looked really good. Looked very set. Can very quickly take an innings away from you. Big wicket for Luke Holman, trapping him LBW. Man, Liam Dawson arriving at the crease, fresh from a very good stint with the London Spirit. Batted well last night. Quick fire 27. Total of 142 runs, 7 wickets.
Just a little bit of width from Fernandez, it gets through. First look at Dawson, fellow spinner for Fernandez.
He's been around a long time now, Liam Dawson, 34 years of age. First class debut, 2007 for the Hampshire man.
Again from Fernandez, single. No damage being done at the moment though, but can he get one a little bit straighter to grip? Couple outside off, haven't done much for him there. Beautiful from Fernandez, that's where he wants to be. First couple of the over, first 2 or 3 of the over, just a little bit of width, weren't doing too much. First you get the line right, that's the line. Now if he really starts to get it to grip. It's a little bit fuller there, and Dawson able to get the stride in. Dawson's on 3, he'll keep the strike. Brown has 29, that's the end of the 25th over. The halfway point of this innings, Hampshire put in here at Merchant Taylor School in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. They're 109 for 3.
Yeah, 25 overs gone. I'd say this is pretty even at this stage. Middlesex will be happy with those 3 wickets, but this is a key partnership. 2 most experienced players, Brown, Dawson, along with Nick Gubbins, who we saw earlier. If Middlesex can break this partnership, they'll feel right in this game. Keep Hampshire to low score.
Should be a fascinating little passage this. They'll get 3 for 1. Stoneman stopped it but couldn't stop the single. But these two against the 2 spinners, trying to slow it right up in the middle. There's obviously a bit of purchase there for both Holman and Fernandez. 26 bowled, 112 for 3. It's the pavilion, players' pavilion for this one. Surrounded by trees. For every 100 or 5 for scored by a school first 11 player here, a tree is planted around that pavilion. Oh, somebody having a gun season, would you? Demolish the pavilions, fit all the trees in. Lovely setting though. Bushes and flowers around that pavilion. A gorgeous sight on a sunny day, on any day. Down the track, using his feet, leveraging over mid-off. Nice shot from Dawson, his first boundary.
Yeah, beautifully played, into out. Field was up. Exactly where he was looking to place that, Liam Dawson.
Nicely run. Oh, very well fielded by Robson. Delicately and deftly played by Dawson. He's virtually taken that. There we go. 3/4 of the way up off. Saying to Fernandez, you're going to have to find something here. And at the 27th, 118 for 3.
He's a player that, throughout his career, has gained a lot of attention in the T20 format of the game. Liam Dawson has played over, approaching 300 T20s in his career now, and someone that goes around the world, playing in all the franchises. Had a short stint with England as well. 3 Test matches, 6 ODIs and 11 T20s.
Change of bowling from the Benham end, Toby Rowland-Jones.
Rowland-Jones replacing Holman at the Benham end. Interesting move. Holman was just settling nicely there, but maybe they'd have thought that equally Dawson and Brown were settling against the spinners. They didn't want us to get too settled in against them. Mix it up a little bit. Also, Dawson will be priding himself playing against fellow spinners as well, so maybe one. Get the seamers back on, see what they can do. He's warming up in the foreground there. He hasn't had a go yet. The off-break bowler, 2 right-handers in at the moment. Ooh, well, quite a catch. Cover may have been interested. There's only extra cover in place, Stoneman, so it's a single out to the sweeper.
Yeah, these two will just be figuring out what is a good score on this surface. Usually a pretty high scoring ground, but it's not been incredibly easy for the batters to get the boundaries away. Run rate hovering around 4.3. Middlesex will be happy to keep control.
Particularly in the singles at the moment, we're going at fours for the most part of the innings. Hampshire. I think this certainly is one of the old adages, this surface, this pitch, this day. Double your tally at 30 overs. So we're looking somewhere around the 250, 260 mark.
Come back. Runner Jones, 3 from the over. Hampshire 121 for 3. Will be a point in this innings where they decide really to try and put the foot down. Plenty of batting to come. Aggressive players. Likes of Toby Albert, Felix Organ, Dom Kelly, that lower middle order. They can all put the foot down. These two will keep ticking things along for the next 5 or 6 overs. Frustrated there again, Dawson. Wide from Fernandez, cut straight to Josh DeCary's backward point.
Brilliant.
Just what a bowled from Fernandez. He saw Dawson coming down the track, adjusted his length late on.
Yeah, that's fine. Oh, Bruno! Come on, Bruno! Come on, Bruni! That's Bruno! Good here, Bruno! Good here, Bruni! Wait on! Oh. No, down on it, Pasty!
Six from the over. Fernandez doing a good job. Got through 6 overs. Yeah, not easy out there for the batters. These two will just be figuring out what a good score is on this surface. 7 boundaries and a maximum in 29 overs. Usually expect to see more than that in a 50 over format game, but credit to Middlesex bowlers. They've stuck to their lines and lengths very well, but also this surface maybe not the easiest to, it's not really coming onto the bat, not the easiest to get the ball away to the boundary. Working out a score won't be the easiest.
Punched in the air for a moment, point in place, it's in front of him, just a single. slight bit of fog of war at the moment between bat and ball. Ball still feels in and with a chance. You can see by the run rate. A little bit light in this modern day and age of list A cricket with only 4 fielders back on the ropes. Premium on boundaries. Equally, the batters are keeping the ball at bay at the moment. Just playing that long game, but I do feel at any moment though that either of these two batters might just be tempted to get involved in something they shouldn't. There have been a few aerial shots, not skied, but lofted drives perhaps have gone safely.
Really good. Again from Roland Jones. Keeping it very accurate. Just singles on offer. Getting out of this over. 1 ball remaining.
Single 20 over, 30 done. Hampshire put in. It's usually got a little bit for it. It's Roland Jones having a look out to show Cracknell something about the throw, maybe. 30 overs bowls on 30 for 3.
Elsewhere in Group A, a big game. Hampshire will keep an eye on Durham, Derbyshire. Durham 164 for 3, going well. Hampshire need Derbyshire to win that game. Lancashire 114 for 4 against Worcestershire. And then further proof that low scoring games. Kent 67 for 9 against Northamptonshire. Indian leg spinner Yuzi Chahal, 5 wickets, 14 runs from his 10 overs. Not a bad debut.
Really good, really good.
2 poles now, boys, come on!
2 poles, the cry from Joe Cracknell on the boundary rope. Certainly what they'll be thinking halfway stage of the runs that Hampshire would like to have. Double their score from this point, but for Middlesex, I think a couple of quick wickets now and they can really slow down that scoring rate. So close. The pressure's really on Hampshire in this one. They have to win this game. Middlesex out of the competition, but playing their part for the integrity of the One Day Cup for sure. It's hammered. Rare boundary in this Hampshire innings so far, but that was sweetly picked up and a little bit of flight. Dawson was happy to go with it.
Playing a bit across the line, but picked the right ball to play that shot. Liam Dawson, his second boundary of his innings. Three stands, nicely populated. This Wednesday game. Chatting with Ethan Bamber. It's nice to feel close to the action at these outgrounds.
Oh, now. What's that come off? Back of the bat. Oh, little paddle, gone. Brown going for the reverse, just looking to turn it around the corner, lifts it up. Fernandez with a good catch diving forward. Ronan Jones giving him the pat on the back. It carries into the attack and into the wickets in his first over. Just looped up, but it was a good catch though. Had to move, had to get his fingers down underneath it. Swept it up, really. Just ushered it up. Delight for De Carey's. Big wicket for Middlesex. Brown going for 41 from 55, 138 for 4, and just again at a point where Hampshire would have been thinking this is the partnership that really can go on and dominate, but Albert's coming out to the middle.
The incoming batter, Toby Albert. Brown caught by Fernandez off the bowling of De Carey's for 41.
Here's Albert, new batter. To come of the over, just a little period of consolidation again now. 8 overs left of power play 2. There'll be 5 back on the ropes at the end, but should just want to build a partnership once again. Single 20 over, 141 for 4. I'm delighted to say Hampshire captain is alongside me, which feels weird to say that I'm not introducing Middlesex opening batter. I don't know if this is our first time since you left, but Mick Gubbins, welcome to the mic. Good to see you as ever.
Yeah, it's good to be back. Thanks, Kev. I think you guys wanted AD Birrell, but he has delegated it to me, so...
No, I wanted you, Gubbo, straight away. I thought it was just too ambitious to ask for you.
Yeah, no, it's good to be back. Taylor's has changed a little bit. There's obviously a new indoor school, and but this ground looks very much the same, and the pitch is reacting pretty much the same, I'd say.
Good memories?
Yeah, great memories. A lot of childhood cricket here, obviously. Middlesex play a lot of age group cricket here, so yeah, fantastic place to grow up and play your cricket as a youngster.
No James Fuller for the full reunion here, but obviously the championship side of 2016. There's only Roland Jones and Robson left at Middlesex now.
Yeah, there's not many of us left now. You got Eskenazi as well, obviously, who's sadly not here today. It would be nice to play against Eski, but he's obviously in 100, probably playing tonight at the Utilita. So yeah, we've done a little swap.
Period of consolidation for Hampshire at the moment. It's a typical Merchant Taylors match, really, isn't it? I guess I'm assuming you'd have done the same and bowled first.
Yeah, we would have had a bowl. Bit of damp this morning, bit of nip. But I don't think the pitch will change too much as the day goes on.
And switched off to events elsewhere. Just win this one and see.
I think so. Yeah, obviously, we do need a result to go our way, but you know, nothing really matters if we don't do our job here. So, yeah, I think the boys are fully set on all things here at Merchant Taylors. That's the message anyway, for sure.
Good stuff at backward point by Josh Careys. Other than the coach pushing you into the commentary tent to come and talk to me, life good at Hampshire?
Yep. No, it's been really enjoyable. Thanks, Kev. As Nathan comes in.
Oh! Beautifully bowled.
Has
Nice
that
end to
spun?
the over.
Well, let's have a look. Hard to tell.
Let's have a look from the other end.
Okay, that's a nice sign. I think Liam Dawson will enjoy the look of that as well. We've just got Dawson, Organ, Press, and also a young leg spinner in the ranks as well. So, yeah, that's a good sign. It's
How's your leg spin coming out nowadays?
yeah, I seem to bowl more when I'm captain. So I think that tells you all you need to know, really. Not sure Vincey fully trusts my leg spin yet, but it's still good fun to bowl in the nets and a few overs here and there when required.
Those two at the Oval, still your finest hour with the ball? Is it T20? The two wickets took at the Oval?
Yeah, no, Finney, I think we were getting panned all over the place, and Finney had nowhere else to turn, so we thought better chuck it to the leg he's going to drag a few down and get caught deep in the wicket. So, yeah.
Oh, now he's got hold of that.
Great
Boundaries
shot.
have been
Great
at a
shot.
premium.
Yeah, like really positive play by Toby. Albert Days, he's had a really good year so far for us in all formats. Really kind of come on and developed as a player the last few years, but particularly this year. Massively taken his chance in Championship cricket with 100 against Surrey, and did really well in the T20 in the middle order, and has also played really well in this competition. So he's done really well in all three formats. It's been great to see so far, and a nice positive start to his innings there, taking on the off spinner.
Trying to think, I was sat in the stands actually at that point. I was off mic when he took those two wickets at the Oval, and I was sat with two Middlesex players just outside the commentary box area. I'm trying to remember who it was. It might have been Josh, one of them actually. Can't remember who the other one was, but the other one did turn around and go, "We're never going to hear the end of this."
Sounds about right. I think the fact that that's my finest hours probably sums it all up, really. Mind you, 4-3 against Sussex one time. We'll brush past that.
Was that Middlesex or Hampshire?
No, that was Hampshire.
Ah.
That was Hampshire, sadly.
Quick signal to end the over, 151 for 4. Hampshire captain Nick Gubbins alongside myself, Kevin Hand on the mic. On the live stream here at Merchant Taylors. Yeah, it's there haven't been that many games back against Middlesex. Middlesex obviously down in Division 2 for too much of it.
Yeah, it was nice to play against the boys last year in the Championship, obviously in Division 1. That was a satisfying week against them, but yeah, it's always nice that, you know, you've got so many mates at Middlesex, a few jousts here and there, out in the middle, it's all good fun.
Yeah, I thought I saw a few earlier.
Yeah, that's...
well, that seemed as though it was you giving it to Roland Jones.
No, there wasn't much said. I mean, Toby's gives as good as he gets, really. But no,
I was about to say, he's not the kind of guy you want to wind up.
No, he's it's lots of obviously fun memories playing with Toby. So it's quite good fun to play against him, actually.
Luke Holman, speaking of leg spinners, back into the attack. He's had a fine couple of years since breaking through for Middlesex. Sam Robson still turns his arm over every now and again.
Yeah, no, it's Lukey. I mean, looking on from afar, looks like he's developing really nicely as a cricketer. He's obviously always bowled good leg spin, but kind of really having some good success this year, particularly in T20s, from what I saw. So.
Did you have you had a year with him, didn't you, before?
Yeah, no, I had a couple of years with Luke under Stu. So yeah, obviously he's going right so far. But you know, from our point of view now, we'll be looking for these two to bat until 40 overs and then try and explode in the back 10. But we probably lost a wicket every time we kind of got going so far in this innings.
Single down the ground to get the over started. Where are you next week in the Championship?
We've got Essex at home, so that's always a tough game.
A massive game.
Big game, and yeah, I mean, the issue is we're all trying to catch Surrey, and we keep beating each other, all the teams below us. There's a bit of a divide and conquer from the Surrey Brigade at the moment. So they've still got to go to Chelmsford and Taunton in September, so tough places to go.
Do you still play Surrey this season?
No, we got battered by them at the Oval, and then we absolutely battered them at our place. I think it was a historic win. We beat them by an innings and 250 runs or something. So that was quite satisfying. Basically tried to create the complete opposite pitch to the Oval, make it as slow and spinny as possible, and yeah, worked that week. So if any sides out there want a PDF, then we're more than happy to send it over. We're 40 points back from them, so we're relying on them to slip up a bit and probably us to have a perfect end of the campaign, really.
Does seem like a pretty good setup though. Adi Birrell's so widely respected as coach as well.
Yeah, fantastic man. Anyone who has met Adi, I hope he's not listening because his ears will be going red. Anyone who's met Adi knows what a fantastic guy he is first and foremost, which is awesome, and it's amazing. Yeah, it's great to play under him. Been highly enjoyable.
Really nice, Lukey.
Slight word for Liam Dawson, who arrived at the hotel at 1 AM last night after his 100 game. Serious effort, loves the Hampshire, does Liam.
Oh, chips this one.
It's a fantastic shot, great shot, Dawson.
Straight down the ground.
It's a pretty gutsy shot with long off back and obviously spin turning that way, but it is down the hill, so it's a good positive option. And it's well executed, but yeah, really enjoy that.
Thought for a moment that bat face was going to open in his hand down to long off, but really controlled it well.
Yeah, he's been playing really nicely all year. In the Championship, he's obviously a quality batter as well as spinner, and in the 100 he's played really well as well. So great shot.
4 more. 10 to finish the over for the last 2 balls. Dawson's into the 30s. Really important little passage of play, this.
He's a very good player of spin, as showed by that. Those last 2 deliveries, used his feet down the ground, and then probably wasn't a premeditated sweep, swept on line there. So it's really good batting by Liam, and yeah, hopefully he can keep going these 2, bat another 5 overs and give us that platform.
I was going to say probably the one frustration at this point for Hampshire would be every time it looks as though a partnership's just getting into a position to perhaps take a little bit of dominance, the wicket falls.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's, we probably haven't fired as a batting unit, or I say probably we haven't fired as a batting unit well enough this tournament. Our bowlers have been outstanding, so yeah, hopefully these 2 can go for the next 5 overs and we can really set that platform. Because you do set that platform, being such a small ground, you can hit at the end and really make a difference in the game. But if we lose too many wickets, then obviously we can't go too aggressive. So it's really important that these 2, for the next 5 overs at least, just go tick over at 4 to 5 and over.
Yeah, a lot of sides will look at 100 off the back of 10 nowadays, won't they? Which might be a little bit optimistic at Merchant Taylors, but never say never.
I think wickets in hand on this ground, anything's possible. I mean, we've lost 4 already, so yeah, you'd say we probably want to keep it 80 to 100 at the back end for sure.
Yeah, it's also in at 1 AM last night. Ryan Higgins obviously as well. He's been off the field for a fair bit for Middlesex now. Martin Anderson's been on for him. Not back on point at the moment, but it looks as though he's been on the physios for the majority of it.
Yeah, I think it's something to do with his knee, by the sounds of it. So he's usually a pretty hard customer, so I wouldn't say it's the greatest sign for him that he's there. Yeah, a word for young Tom Prest as well, who also actually travelled up to sit on the bench for the Spirit, which he enjoyed, and yeah, also came back late last night. But it's awesome. It's awesome to have guys like Liam Dawson finish the 100 campaign. He played a lot of cricket all summer with the Champa and T20s. That desire to come and play for Hampshire. He absolutely loves it. So it's great to have him back.
Ryan Higgins back with Middlesex, of course. Probably since last we've seen each other anyway. That's his returns.
Yep.
That's where it all began.
Yeah, Higgins obviously back here. Also a shout out to Podders, who's retiring this summer. So all that brigade from years ago in separate directions. But yeah, Higgins obviously, as you knew he would, has made himself into a serious cricketer.
Record conversation you and I had, I think it was in Abu Dhabi, when it was becoming apparent that Higgins was thinking about leaving at that stage. Remember you and I both talked and said, hey, what are you doing? Leaving Lords?
Yeah, no, always try to get him to stay, but anyone who knows him knows he's a stubborn bugger. And once he gets something in his head, he'll go full throttle to it. So yeah, nothing was going to turn his head once he'd made that decision.
They've done well to convince him to come back.
Yeah, absolutely. Good cricketer.
Don't worry, I won't take this conversation where you're fearing it might go. The ones that got away. There's a lot of former Middlesex players around the country at different counties, isn't there? But I think yourself and Higgins were the 2 that mainly were the ones that got away over the years.
Yeah, obviously news come out this summer that Bamber and Martin Anderson are off, so
yeah, Bamber will be a huge loss.
Be a big loss, obviously. So yeah, he's obviously a good bowler, and I'm sure we'll be jousting in the years to come, which will be good fun.
This man, those putting in a serious bit of work with Middlesex at the moment. Richard Johnson was saying he didn't get the winter he wanted with Brooks. He only arrived in January. They do have high hopes for what they could do, what Brooks can do for Middlesex over the years.
They're just showing the pace of that wicket, whether it was a slow ball or not. They're not quite coming on. It's been a couple of chip ups today. from Presti when he was batting. It's one of those wickets. If you're not fully committed to a shot, you can look a bit silly at times. So yeah, it's I think we're okay. We're nicely placed at the moment, Hampshire. 180 after 40 overs, hopefully, and explode from there.
Ice Cream Van doing good business. Not quite the scorching heat of the other day. I'm sure you're glad you weren't playing that day. Were you training? 33, 34 degrees it hit, didn't it?
It's on the golf course that day. Yeah, and can confirm it was hot.
Use the buggy?
No buggy. Double glove, actually. Just the club kept slipping in the hand, so yeah, that was a hot day. Young Alan Coleman's just walked in. Looks like Pep Guardiola today. He's gone for the tucked-in T-shirt trainer look.
That's lofted over the covers for 4. He talks about the commitment of the shot here. The boundary count is down, which obviously is a reflection of the pace of the pitch and the ball coming on.
It's a really good option again. Obviously the option he took before was sent long on back, and with only 4 men out, they've had to bring up 1 man, and that's a really good option. So it's really, really clever cricket from an experienced man.
Yeah, last night at Middlesex, Paul, we focused a bit more on this one, but actually that's been a big change as well, because I guess Alan Coleman and Richard Johnson, would Jono have been your second 11 coach at one point?
Yeah, Jono brought me into the second team, and yeah, gave me a first taste of professional cricket. Yeah, it's great to start under him.
And Alan Coleman was the director of the academy, of course, which you came through.
Yeah, at the end of, just as I was moving on from the academy, we had Graham West initially. He was great, and then Coley was moved into the academy once Westy went to the Caribbean. So just had the end of Coley there, and obviously a lot of second team and first team cricket with Coley around. So yeah, a man I know well.
It's a cracking use of the feet again. Albert this time going back over Holman's head.
Again, it's really clever cricket. It's they've brought mid on up, deep cover out, so it's trying to target that gap. You know, in years gone by, you can have 5 men out, but in these middle overs, with only 4 men out, there's always a gap and always an option. And you know, Tobes and Dorse are creating some headaches for Rocky Stoneman at the moment, that is for sure. It's really clever cricket. I mean, good, smart, brave cricket, really. Just what we need at this stage.
Oh, nearly. Just managed to check it. Little inside edge saves him.
It's brave, that is for sure. They're trying to take on Luke here. Maybe recognising that there's only 3 overs left of this power play, it's thinking, can we get a couple of extra boundaries? So it's brave, positive cricket. It's working so far.
Single 20 over, 37 done, 177 for 4. Hampshire captain Nick Gubbins alongside me. Kevin Hand on the mic. Do you get up with Kevin James much on the mic down at Hampshire?
Quite a long way to get up to the top of the hotel, so not a huge amount, but yeah, it's obviously nice to get around here. Slightly shorter walk to get around here with you today, and when Fletch comes calling, you yeah, give it a crack.
Can't say no to Fletch.
Yeah,
I think your mum and dad get up to see Kevin James more in the gantry up at the hotel in Hampshire.
They're still listening non-stop. They'll probably be listening to this right now.
Hopefully so.
Yeah, they enjoy it. They still follow Middlesex as well. They still listen to you. Obviously, you guys became good friends over the years, which is nice. And yeah, they still listen to you and follow on all the boys.
Yeah, whenever Hampshire aren't playing, you usually get a message. They're tuned in.
They love their cricket, probably a bit too much actually. Need to get out more.
Of course, you're well settled down there now as well.
Yep, life's changed a little bit. A 3-month-old baby with my wife Charlotte.
I didn't know. Congratulations.
Yeah, no, we had a baby at the start in May. So a little girl called Ottilie, which is yeah, life changing is probably an understatement. Yeah, it's been pretty awesome. So
congratulations. And this is all just as the house is coming together as well. Yeah. Was it finished in time?
Wasn't finished in time, so couldn't even put a roof over my new baby's head. And that's one of the things you must be able to do as a father, and failed at the first attempt. So she now has a roof over her head.
And your wife, Charlotte, poor Charlotte, pregnant and taking the lead, I think it's fair to say, on the house renovations as well.
Yeah, pointing me in directions of where she wants the nails and stuff. Yeah, she dealt with building works and pregnancies, not the combination you really want, if I'm honest.
And a cricketer husband.
Yeah. Great shot by Toby Albert. Crackers has read that well. It's really good cricket all round. Joe Cracknell read the shot early, managed to get across, and really good running by Toby Albert as well.
You'd have had a big input, I'd guess, today. I was going to say for AD Birrell's perspective, but obviously as captain yourself, you've obviously got a lot of insight onto this ground. But setting a target can be so difficult, I think, especially for teams coming to out grounds, can't it? Even for Middlesex themselves.
Yeah, and there's actually very little data. I don't think there's been a huge amount of 50-over cricket played here. It's more at Radlett, and there have been T20 scores here, but they've been very high. So you kind of think it's a bit of a belter, but yeah, it's not an absolute road. It's a bit slow. It's obviously the size of the boundaries make the scores high, because it's 65 metres generally all the way around. So it's the sort of ground where if a batter gets in, they can really take it away, but you've got to earn the right to get to that stage. Shot by Toby.
I guess that goes back to what you were saying about that back 10 and going for 80, 90, 100 off the final 10.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of the guys who in this competition who are gun death bowlers are generally in the 100. So I think it's a game plan which we haven't always stuck to this year as a batting unit. Not by choice, just by circumstances, but beginning to lay a platform here for you so you can keep going.
Single 20 over, 182 for 4, so 2 overs left of power play 2. Maybe Holman's continue with one more.
I think they're bringing Bamber on, and they might bring Luke back on when there's 5 men out. Is by the looks of it.
How much do you enjoy the captaincy?
Yeah, it's great fun. Yeah, it's done it for the last couple of years, obviously, with Vincey being away at the 100. It's been really good fun. Always been a big thinker about the game, and trying to create an environment for the guys, young guys, to come in and perform in. It's been really good fun.
What about that live element? I'm trying to think which Middlesex captain it was over the year, but I think they were talking to me about the T20, how just quickly things change and move around them, and we're just amazed how fast the pace of it was. Obviously, it's not quite that pace in List A, but obviously we just talked about the deployment of the bowlers. That's a fine shot by Dawson, gets it through. And the boundary for him.
Yeah, it's a really good format. I think at times it gets because they see the way that England have played List A cricket over the last few years. They think it's more towards T20. We still think at Hampshire we believe that it's more similar to 4-day cricket with an element of T20 in it. because 50 overs is still a very long time, and often with 2 new white balls on not as good wickets as international wickets, it's actually, you do have to earn the rights, whereas, you know, on absolute roads and belters you can hit through whatever. So it's a fantastic format, which you don't really know what direction it's going to go in the next few years, but this actual competition's, you know, it serves a really good purpose for introducing youngsters into first team cricket, and you also get guys coming back like Liam Dawson who still want to play it as well.
I think it's actually been one of the best competitions I've known of List A in all my years covering it. It's just worked really well. As you say, you get that introduction of youngsters, but equally these are 2 very strong sides that are fielded here today.
Yeah, I think, you know, as with anything, every competition you enter you want to win. So you always try and put out your strongest side possible, but because of the 100 and limitations, you're not necessarily forced to, because you also want to play them, and you do give opportunities. But we've seen at Hampshire particularly the last few seasons, our youngsters grow massively within this competition. You've had Middleton, Albert and Presti all come through for the last 3 years.
Just a single. 50 partnership up as well.
And they've moved now from this competition, they've moved into the 4-day team, the T20 teams, and done really well, and kind of it's a really smooth transition and it's not a shock. And then now we've got guys like Eddie Jack and Dom Kelly who are, you know, being introduced to first team cricket, and they've been awesome. You know, Eddie Jack's now been picked for the Lions, and Dom Kelly's taken a hat-trick and a 5 for this year, and been really good with the bat as well. So it's been really good to see the younger guys grow within this competition over the last few years. I'm sure you're the same here at Middlesex.
Yeah, I think that's probably the disappointment for Middlesex in this one, that they are out of it and they're not in contention today to go through, because it is, you know, Bamber, Brooks and Roland Jones, a pretty decent trio of seamers. Yeah,
no, definitely. I think Middlesex are always, you know, you've obviously lost Helmy, Esky and Max and Lewis to the 100, but that's 4 players. You've still got a lot of first teamers around, and it's definitely a competition that you guys should be competing in, for sure.
Hopefully not competing too hard today for Hampshire's perspective, but they're playing their part for the integrity of the competition.
Yeah, I think at the moment the game's really nicely balanced right now. I think, yeah, both sides are probably content with where they're at. I think from our point of view, we've got that base set to a degree now. So we'd probably like one of these guys to bat through, and then the other guy take it on from now or from the next over. But then at the same time, you lose 2-3 wickets here, and you won't be able to explode as you'd like. So it's at a really delicate place now, the game.
Yeah, it is. It's a rarity, isn't it? You don't often see. I think the 3 power play phases that they have now have really worked well for this format, haven't they? Because we don't usually see this waiting game, which we're seeing at the moment, but that's more a reflection of the pace of the surface, isn't it?
Yeah, I think if you ask the players, actually, probably a Pro 40 would probably be everyone's preference, because there's less of that waiting game in the middle. But yeah, I think it definitely is. It's a great game to play in, and yeah, it's got to play good, solid cricket for a whole day.
It'd certainly take a little bit of the overs out of the legs across the entire season, wouldn't it, to reduce every List A match by 20 overs.
Yeah.
Obviously, as skipper, you have to do a fair old few interviews with my old mate Kevin James down at BBC Radio Solent.
Yeah, luckily when we lose, AD Birrell takes on the interviews at the moment, and when we win, the guys who played really well take on the interviews. Shot boy. Toby Albert lifts one high up the hill. It's a really clean strike. You've seen him do that a lot this summer, both in this format and in the T20 formats. Again, a really good option with mid on up. So if he hits it, you'd like to think he'll clear the 30-yard man. It's a really clean strike.
He's kind of the thoughts of Holman at the moment. He's in a good place. It feels his head seems to dip a little bit the last 2 years. It seems to happen at the moment. If he does get a little bit of tap, he comes back straight at the batters.
Yeah, it's brave bowling as well. He's tossed it up. I think often as a leggy, invariably part of you will want to be fizzing it into the wicket so you don't get stepped hit. But it's positive bowling. It's obviously he's been brought on to try and get a wicket. But at the same time, Toby Albert's played a really good shot there, and I think if anyone's going to take it on in the next 10 overs, it would be Toby, and Dorse continues to bat through and do his thing until the back end. It's really good cricket by Toby. Put the man back and now take the one on offer, and over to you, Liam Dawson.
Did just wonder whether he'd get carried away with only 2 balls left of the power play. Go for it again. But yeah, as you say, good cricket. Drop the single. Now, that goes up. Oh, it's an amazing catch. Really good from Cracknell. He's capable of that in the outfield. That's why he's more often than not out there. He's agile, he's athletic, he gets around quickly, and he holds on to a very, very big catch at the end of power play 2. Dawson goes for a brilliant 48 from 53 deliveries. Really outstanding and crucial innings for him. Crucial for Middlesex to make this breakthrough just as the power play comes to the end.
Yeah, it's a great catch. My guess is he was trying to go straighter there, over mid-on. But he's been really brave this innings already. So if you don't clap the other shots, then you've got to take that with the braveness. But obviously, having Toby already hit a 6, thought he may have taken a 1, but he saw it as he did out there, and yeah, it's a really good innings, as you say.
Yeah, outstanding catch, big wicket, and Holman just 2 deliveries after that 6. Again, so he's a bowler at the moment. He's in a really good place, confidence-wise, and the form's showing it as well. Holman.
Again, having been hit for 6, had the braveness to toss it up and try and go again, really. So that's obviously got him that wicket. So it's nice to see it leggy not just fizzing it into the surface.
Felix Organ comes out to join Albert in the middle. 31 of 28. It's been an outstanding innings from him, hasn't he? That partnership, that 50 partnership. He was very much playing his part in it.
Yeah, and it's a really good partnership. And again, that probably a wicket just as we start going again, which is often the nature of cricket, isn't it? But Felix has come out, and Felix Organ's played really well this competition. He's been really brave with the bat and played some crucial innings when we've needed them. So hopefully he can get something going here with Toby. They're both, well, Toby is anyway, both pretty smart guys. Yeah, hopefully they negate the next few overs, and then we can set that platform again to have an explosion.
So 5 back for power play 3. Brooks from the Lake End. I'm pretty sure this is his first bowl from the Lake End. I don't think he's come up the hill yet. Much of a bit difference it feel as a batter out there. So you're talking through a little bit with your opening partner, and
Say that again, sorry.
how much does the slope here play into it?
There's definitely more bounce, I'd say, from the end that Brooks is bowling from now, just because you're bowling into that slope, and then the other end's more skiddy through. You saw the experienced Toby Rowland-Jones coming down the hill and asking Ethan Bamber to come up it. But yeah, it's quite a slope, that is for sure. Definitely takes some getting used to for the bowlers, so you know our guys have a little bowl before we go out there again and just get used to those hills. And it's not your average cricket ground.
Have you worked out how you're going to tell Kyle Abbott he's running up the hill yet?
Well, when you've got Kyle Abbott and Mohammed Abbas, one of them have got to come up the hill, so I'll let them fight it out. But I'm not really sure I want a fight between them. Maybe a nice conversation about what the best thing is for the team.
Can't imagine Kyle Abbott having a fight with anybody. He's one of the nice guys going, isn't he?
No, or Mo Abbas, both very nice guys and incredible bowlers in their own right. Very lucky at Hampshire to have both of them.
Were you on the wrong end of the Abbas show against Middlesex? It's 6 for 11 a few years back. Were you one of the ones that... Were you playing for Middlesex at that point?
I was part of the hat-trick.
Oh.
It wasn't out, but that's part of it. Pitched outside, clipping leg, but pitched outside line, and Mo's actually admitted it as well. So, that was a tough day. Tough game, actually.
It was unbelievably good bowling from Abbas overall, though, wasn't it? He was at his absolute best in that game.
Yeah, I think, you know, very rarely is he out of rhythm, but when he's in rhythm like that, it's, you know, with a new ball, you just got to hope you miss it. Miss it if you're playing the line and keep out the straight one. He's obviously been a fine bowler for Hampshire and Pakistan and the other teams throughout the last few years, for sure.
Nice little steer. It's all gone off the mark. You're still keep in contact with the most from Middlesex, Eskenazi, I'm sure. But
yeah, the usual brigade, Eskenazi, Helm, caught up with Robbo, Jack Davis. We went for a coffee a few weeks ago in Notting Hill, and Jack took us to the Queen's Club, which was enjoyable.
That's a big move in the winds, wasn't it? John Simpson heading down to Sussex, and Jack Davies taking on the gloves after all those years of Simpson behind the stumps for Middlesex. End of the over, 199 for 5.
Yeah, obviously, you know, it was a bit of a surprise. Obviously, Simo's been awesome for Middlesex, and he's settled him really well to Sussex, which is great to see. Particularly in a leadership role as well. And Davo's been handed the gloves full time here, and by all accounts had a good season so far.
That worm looks pretty healthy. We've just seen it on the screen here at the moment. That's pretty much the projection I guess you'd have liked.
Yeah, probably kind of would like a really big partnership in there, but we've kept the run rate going. But it's not the most straightforward wicket. When you think you're in, there's just one that holds, and yeah, as you can see with those partnerships, they're a little short, but
that'd be the only frustration, because almost every single one there probably just reached the point when you're thinking it's going now.
I think so, yeah. But that's cricket, isn't it?
All backs on these final 9 overs now. So just 2 runs off the first over of power play 3. He's obviously going to have to try and get his eye in again. How many pinch hitters? It's a disrespectful way of calling it. How many big hitters have you got?
Well, we've got Felix has played some really good innings and has played some eye-catching shots as well. We've got Dom Kelly next, who's played really well under tough circumstances at times coming in, and then following Kelly's Felix cuts, we've got a young Kyle Abbott who's kind of reinvented himself into a bit of a finisher. He hit 30 off about 18 the other day, so he's been doing his range hitting the nets with Brad Wheel. It's more of a golf swing than a cricket shot, but it's been effective.
Actually, did he get a 50 in that match, in that Abbas match? He got a 50 either that year or the year after, I think, against Middlesex.
He wouldn't have stopped going on about it if he did. He actually got a 97 last year against Somerset not out, which was a shame. It would have been a first class 100 for him. But we were actually made to follow on, and he went out and got 15 in the second innings, opening the batting, having finished 97 red, and he did claim that was 100. So. I think he was seeing it a bit too well in that match, because we were made to follow on late on day 3, and obviously trying to see out and block out for a draw, he went out and played shot a ball as a night watchman opener. So he was seeing it like a beach ball in that game. He can strike a ball.
Yeah, absolutely, he can.
Been a good period here for Middlesex. Couple of quiet overs. Still just probably a couple of overs away from launching. So still in that niggly period where we're still trying to work it around at the lowest risk possible.
Single 20 over. And the stint of Nick Gubbins as well. Oh, they're going to come for 2. Throw goes into the keeper's end. They come through back. So well done. Now Cornwall, the fielder, out on the ropes. 42 done. 203 for 5 it is. Nick Gubbins, thanks very much for the time.
Thanks,
lovely to see you as ever.
Guys.
Good luck, obviously, with the prospects of going forward in the One Day in a Cup, and of course on top in Surrey this season as well. I think we're allowed to say that, aren't we? So 203 for 5. Where does it go from here? It's on forward, welcome back. It's good to get the opposition's perspective, and yeah, other than the partnership, they've probably paced it about where they want to. How big, how far can they go in these final, well, 8 overs now, where they'll look to launch. Tough against someone like Roland Jones, though. Number 35, his 8 so far. Well, slammed out of the block hole by Albert. Deep in his crease. Managed to turn it into a nice half volley to put back down the ground with a step backwards there. It's right onto the spot for him to drive back past Roland Jones. Really impressive innings from Albert so far.
Yeah, it's always really interesting, I think, getting the mindset of a current player and the way they talk about the game and read what's going on. It's always fascinating to get that insight. So big thanks to Nick Gubbins for popping in.
Oh, goes through. Beautiful, beautiful ball by Roland Jones. Just drawn into that one, Orban. He's still early in his innings, but just shows there's still a little bit in this pitch, which is what Hampshire will want to see. Nick Gubbins was mentioning that he hopes it doesn't change much, and just straightened on him.
That's a Jaffa from Roland Jones. Plenty of seam movement, which will encourage the likes of Mohammed Abbas, Kyle Abbott, Brad Wheel, Dom Kelly. Yeah, I think it's been one of those games, you see it so often, partnerships get going, look like they're really going to put the foot down, wickets fall, rebuild. It's a familiar pattern that is often seen in 50 over cricket. This game is nicely poised Big 7 overs coming up for Hampshire. They're going to want to push as close to 280 as possible. Loud shout of no. Toby Albert turn that over. 6 from it. Yeah, Middlesex will still be happy with this position. They can try and keep Hampshire as close to 250. They'll feel like they've got a good chance in this second innings. A successful run chase. All 3 wins so far for Middlesex have come chasing. Northants, Lancashire and Kent. So they won't be phased by a target to chase down here at Merchant Taylor School.
Just triangulate yourself out there, Nozza.
Big over. 5 from 12. Sweetly picked up and onto the roof of that 10. Lovely 6. A deep square for Organ. His first 6. This could be an interesting contest now. He's got 10 deliveries left, Holman. He'll try and go after the spinner.
Yeah, this pair batted well in this tournament so far. Coming into this game, both Albert and Organ close to 200 runs in the competition so far. 2nd and 3rd leading run scorers for Hampshire behind Ben Brown. It's a dangerous partnership.
Next side, is it? No, it's gone. Organ goes for 11, opens up, hit on that back pad. He was down on one knee, so height wasn't going to be a problem at all. And Holman, well, much as he did in the previous over. 6. And a wicket follows just after. Let's have a look. Oh, that was tight. That was tight. I think you go upstairs, it's probably umpire's call. When you open up and you go down on one knee and you hit on the back pad like that, certainly the chance for the umpire to put his finger up.
Yeah, look close. Maybe just one of those clipping leg stump. Could have gone either way. But I think at first looked very close, so understandable. Umpire's finger going up. Brings to the crease young Dom Kelly, just 18 years of age. His 14th list day match for Hampshire. It's been a big part of the team this season. Broke into the squad last year. As we heard from Nick Gubbins, took 5 wickets, including a hat-trick a few weeks ago with the ball. Hampshire's leading wicket taker in the competition. But he's got a job to do here with the bat. 6 overs to go. Big 6 overs to come. Be looking to get around as close to 8 to 10 and over as possible. Toby Albert set on 38. Dom Kelly can strike a big ball. He's had a few cameos in these last few weeks. This team could do with them finding the boundary here as well.
Slides that one past the left-hander, nicely bowled from Holman.
Lovely, Sydney.
Doing the fielding, his own bowling, he's chased that down brilliantly. One of those players that's always giving 110%, Luke Holman, whether it's with bat, ball in the field. Very impressive character. Further 3 wickets today. Adding to that tally, starting the game with 8.
Run is the call. Quick single 20 over. 8 off it, but the wicket as well. Felix Organ passing LBW to Luke Holman. 217 for 6, 44 done.
This is an announcement for Mr. J. Ashton. Would Mr. J. Ashton please report to the Middlesex Shop and Information Centre?
Get your coffee. That's where Kev's been getting 9, I think I've seen him get today now.
With another 9 right now. Pulled away for a single.
Single takes Toby Albert into the 40s. Ronan Jones into his last over. Again, a little unlucky not to get a wicket so far. Same as the other day, bowled well against Somerset. It's no reward. 5 deliveries left. Yep. 1 or 2 out in this over. Dom Kelly doing the right thing. Bat on ball, rotate the strike. Get the set batter back on strike. A score of around 270 is going to make for a really interesting second innings. Again, a high scoring ground. Players get set, it gets easier, but boundaries haven't been too easy to come by.
Goes big. How big? I think it's just short, is it? 4 runs signalled over mid-on.
Another nice shot, Toby Albert. Very clever cricket, well placed. Didn't get all of it, but knew Henry Brooks was inside the ring. It's a safe shot as long as he got it over.
Thinking about 2 here. Just a single though to end the over. 45 done, 5 to go in the One Day Cup. 2-2-6 for 6.
Yes. The end of Roland Jones' spell. None for 50 from 10 overs. Charge will be on now for Toby Albert, Dom Kelly and Hampshire. So 4 wickets in the hutch.
Roland Jones, 10 overs for 50.
It's Toby Albert's second highest score in the competition, backing up a 96 not out. Hit against Somerset a few weeks ago. That'll be Luke Holman to finish his spell. From the Benham end, it's bowled well so far. Hampshire have looked to take him on, but he's struck back every time with wickets.
Side that one gets away. Leg bite. It's a little bit of bass, so it might have been a little bottom mileage on that. Down the track and gone. Kelly gives Holman the shuffle. But off he goes. Sliding that one through. Holman 4 for 61 now and 9.2. He's having another outstanding day, Luke Holman. He's having an outstanding season at the moment. Really gun white ball bowler. He's full of confidence, full of form, and he's ripping through Hampshire here at the time when they'd like to be accelerating.
Really good. Luke Holman, deserved again. Just 23 years of age, Luke Holman, but there's a lot of maturity about him. A clever bowler.
The incoming batter, Kyle Abbott.
His best list day, bowling figures of 4 for 34. He's got 4 deliveries left to better that. Get his fifer.
Kelly stumped by Davies off the bowling of Holman for 3.
So Kyle Abbott, former South Africa international, played in the World Cup for the Proteas on their way to semi-final run a few years back, but then committed himself to county cricket and Hampshire after a stint with Middlesex as an overseas player. Now he's got to face Luke Holman.
Four deliveries left then for Luke Holman tail end to bowl at.
Slip back in place. Big for Middlesex and Stoneman and Holman. Nice bit of flight on that again. Middlesex seeming good spirits in the field. Obviously the pressure's off them in this game in the sense that they can't qualify. Pressure's all on Hampshire. It's a tight game of cricket. There's runs on the board here. If Hampshire don't manage to win this game, they'll probably look back on what Nick Gubbins and I were discussing, just that lack of a partnership going big. And out of times that pairing seemed to be getting going and then a wicket would fall. Eased away to point. And Holman's 10 overs, 4 for 62. 9-5 for, it's not his best, but it's another 4 for. And richly applauded by the crowd, who'll be delighted with the young Middle Saxon of North Middlesex. He's going very, very well.
Yeah, well bowled, Luke Holman. Another wonderful spell. 4 for 62 from his 10 overs. Delivering yet again as he has throughout this season. A quick mention on the other important game for Hampshire to keep an eye on, Durham Derbyshire. Durham all out for 253. A very gettable chase for Derbyshire. Hampshire, that's the game that they need Derbyshire to beat Durham. Scott Borthwick hitting a century, but not much else on that batting scorecard, so a big opportunity for Derbyshire to win that one. Should also benefit Hampshire here. But of course they need to get their win, ensure they pick up the points here at Merchant Taylors.
Oh, thrown down the stumps. Not out. Let's have a look. There's obviously that one that was tight earlier. Josh Carey's, he's always gunning the field. Sharp fielder, good arm. We'll look back after this delivery. And we've got time as the umpires fix the stumps. There's no real yes-no on it. Possible single on this occasion.
Yeah, won't mind that, Middlesex. Toby Albert, the set batter on 48 not out, big hitter. Keeping him off strike as much as possible. I think Abbott will just look to get bat on ball. Rotate the strike. But if Middlesex can keep the South African on strike, they could be in business.
Ooh, through that goes. Quite get up.
Good stop as well from Jack Davis. Another very tidy performance with the gloves from him. The stumping today.
good from Middlesex in power play 3. Hampshire, if they had gone for that 80, 90, 100, they'd have been up around the 300 mark. Middlesex keeping them down to the low 200s. Of course, it can still get a jolt here, and Albert would try. Oh, slow ball. Striking a midship. Little grin from Jack Davies. Leg bye to finish the over. So 5 coming off the over. 4 against the bowler. 2, 3, 3 for 7. Brooks going nicely. 35 of his 9. Will be pleased with his day. So look at economies. Brooks the best of them. Fernandez, 8 overs, number 33, can be pretty pleased with his as well. Holman took a little bit of tap. They went after him, but obviously once he got the wickets, it was a toe-to-toe battle for him. Bamba back in with 2 overs to go. So he'll bowl the last 2 from the Benham end, running down the hill. I think potentially for the first time today down the hill.
Change of bowling from the Benham end, Ethan Bamba.
3 overs to go. You feel Hampshire need at least 250. That's what they'll be eyeing. They'll hope for 10 and over from these last 3. Get over and above 260.
A single. Carey's coming around in front of the Hampshire tent there.
Single brings Toby Albert back on strike. 1 away from his half-century. It's been a good innings so far from the 22-year-olds. Need to try and get a strong finish for Hampshire here these last couple of overs.
Plenty of games of cricket going on in the background there by the looks of it, through the stands. Good to see. Single taken. And that's the 50 for Albert. 45 deliveries.
That's 50 for Albert.
Really good innings. There's a couple of 6s, 3 4s. Which again tells you, I was saying, if you're going to go for a boundary, you're going to have to go hard and go big, really believe in the shot. It's a good, healthy strike rate. Proof, of course, will be in the pudding once the chase is done. Bowls into the block hole, get it away for a single. Keepers is the call, and throw comes in from Fernandez. Wow, that is some shot of the day. Mind yourself in the crowd, that's absolutely hammered over the ropes there. Huge shot. Amazing execution. Really sweetly timed, look at this. Launched with a little reverse scoop. Oh dear.
Dropped in the crowd. What a shot from Toby Albert. First real sign of invention we've seen in this innings. His execution was really on point. Beautifully struck. Big six.
So there's games of cricket going on in the nets in the background. It's been a busy day here today with plenty of kids playing around the ground. Ooh, slower ball, it's a full toss, just be a single. It's hard to get that one away for anything other than a single. Bamba nearly out of this over. Can he get out of it? One more. But may well be thinking this is a ball to launch against. In the air, but it's safe. Over mid-on, wide of, or straight indeed, of deep mid-wicket. Fancied that Abbott would have a go at whatever was delivered to him. It's the one bounce for a 4.
Yeah, strong finish to the over. Kyle Abbott, that boundary. 14 from it. Good over for the visitors. 12 balls remaining. Look for another at least 20 runs to add to this score.
Wide and put away. Half volley outside off. Brooks has been tight today. He's been excellent today. That one was a bit of a gimme, and Albert's made no mistake.
Yeah, he's motoring now, Toby Albert. Really impressive knock. Just a little bit full from Brooks. But Albert's made use of his crease, turned that into a bit of a half volley. Placement was brilliant.
Comes the charge. You can see the intent. No time left now. Hampshire have to get going. Where can they go to in these final 10 deliveries? Can they get up somewhere around that 270, 280 even mark, which would be quite the recovery. Start of power play 3, they've been thinking 290. Somewhere between 280, 300. How close can they get to the bottom of that target zone right now? Scooped up. Oh, and it gets through. Bamba with the tumble. Goes through the hands. And it goes for 4 as well. Could have been a wicket. Tough chance. It is a boundary. Here's Bamba. It's always an awkward one. That just out of reach. Might have got fingertips to it, but down the hill it went then, the trajectory. That surface helping it on its way. It was off and away. Close to the wicket. It's 2 boundaries in his first 3 deliveries of his final over. He's been the most economical so far. What can he come back with? Slow ball, well bowled. It's timed by Abbott. Toad indeed, as he looks at the end of the bat.
He's known for his death bowling, Henry Brooks. Good use of variations, a good Yorker. Mixes up his length. Good field placement. Fine leg up into the ring. Ethan Bamba drops back.
single for Abbott. Now what does Albert do with 1 over remaining of the innings after this? 1 delivery. Does he just drop the single and take the strike? Does he look to launch? I think probably just see ball, play ball. Just needs to be hit. Try and send it on its way. Turn it into 2, well done. It's a good tumbling stop by Cornwall on the boundary, rolls to stop it. So they pick up a couple. Albert's on to 64. Abbott will have the strike then for the final over. 14 from 13 for him, 259 for 7. And an innings that always threatened, as though it had the potential to get up around 300. It also had the potential all the way through as well to fall well short of that. So they won't be disappointed with the total they've got at the moment, Hampshire. But this final over could really be decisive now. What's Bamber got for Middlesex? Because Hampshire will be dreaming of the sky here. They're dreaming of a place in the knockout stages. Have to win this one. Good final over here could give them certainly 1 foot on the way towards victory in this game. And we've seen boundaries are tough to come by. So a big launch at the end, get that run rate even up that little bit higher towards maybe 5.5 by the end, then could be trouble. Sloman orchestrating things with him. They've got cover back, long on back, deep mid-wicket back, deep square back, and long leg back. So, interestingly, third is up, but I guess that's a reflection of the pace of the pitch. They don't believe the edge is going to fly down to deep third. That is going to fly back over the bowler's head, almost evasive action for Bamber. Had to duck his head to that one. Abbott, another boundary. Here he goes. This could be interesting, this final over. The big South African gets hold of a few of them. And Bamber and Middlesex could have their work cut out here.
He's a dangerous player, Kyle Abbott. His batting has improved as the years have gone on. He's going to go large this over. Could very easily just look to bat on ball, get Toby Albert back on strike, but Abbott's going to take this on as well.
I think it's fair to say every ball counts. So they'll be swinging at the ball. That one's chipped back down the ground, just short of the fielder. He didn't go fully through with it, Abbott. Realised he wasn't there and just took the single. By. That wouldn't have been far away. I'm surprised there wasn't an appeal there from Bamber. I think it's pitched to get bad on it as well. That helps. And outside the line. Even as a run, I didn't detect any bat on that, but certainly did pitch outside the line anyway. Or hit outside the line. Good comeback from Bamber. How can he get out of this over? It's back to Bamber versus Abbott. Good delivery, hard to get that away up there towards the block hole again from Bamber, just dug out for the single. Wide Yorker. Executing well here, Bamber. This could have been, still could, but it could have been a really brutal over.
Yeah, big last 2 deliveries. The set batter on strike, Toby Albert. He's hit a couple of big sixes already.
Oh, that's sweetly struck. Hear that out of the middle of the bat. Goodness me. The sound that made. Flat 6. That was the sweetest sound of the day, I'd suggest.
Just sat up in the surface Albert waited for it well. Struck it beautifully.
A few better sounds in life, I'd suggest, than the clunk of a sweetly timed shot. Flat 6 for Albert. He's on to 71. Here's the last ball of the innings. Didn't quite get hold of that one, but he's got enough of it. It's over the infield, and it's one bounce for 4. It's a fine way to end the innings. 17 off that final over. They'll take that, Hampshire. There we go, just cleared the front foot out of the way and leveraged over. Very close to going all the way. Only just fractionally short. 276 for 7, I think, marks a pretty good score on this surface from Hampshire. They'll be confident they're going to get the win on this one. Middlesex, of course, will be desperate to go out with a victory. But that was a pretty outstanding comeback, particularly from Albert. He's led the way there, hasn't he? 75 not out from 53 deliveries. The only batter, of course, to go to 50, which was partly that frustration for Hampshire. There was nobody going on in the first half after the starts from Preston, Brown and Dawson and all those partnerships. But Albert and Brown have done an outstanding, and Abbott have done an outstanding job at the end there for their side. Right, we'll be back for the chase in this one. 277 is the target, the live enhanced stream here at Radlett from Middlesex in association with Daffabet.
Hampshire in the field, captained by Nick Gubbins, and keeping wicket Ben Brown.
Well, a very good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Merchant Taylor's School in Northwood, where Middlesex hosting Hampshire in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. The live enhanced stream from Middlesex, in association with Daffabet, and should be in for a pretty good chase here. 277 should be a challenge on this for Cracknell, Fernandez and co. Nick Gubbins, who was on with us earlier, smile on his face right now. I think he'll be pretty happy with that total. 2-7, 6 for 7. And throws the ball to Mohammed Abbas, who will run up the hill. There's the answer to the question. Abbas will come up the hill, and Abbott will come down it.
Bowling from the
Probably,
Mohammed
based on
Abbas.
the height of the two bowlers, would make sense. Abbas, skiddier bowler, might extract a little bit of bounce up the hill.
Joe
Abbott,
Cracknell on strike.
that bowler who will get the bounce from his height. Coming down the hill, might just get one to slide through. There's a few questions for the batters. This should be tricky. It's a strong bowling lineup. Brad Wheel, and then of course Liam Dawson's back to lead the spinners. But this man over the years has done some serious damage to Middlesex, hasn't Gubbins? Answered my question quite kindly as well. You played in that match? Oh yeah, I was one of the hat-trick. 6 for 11 he took against Middlesex at Southampton that day. Championship match where he ripped through Middlesex. Here he goes, the Pakistan bowler. There we go, first ball, look at that. 2 slips going up, and that ball has wobbled through the gate. Let's go. Oh, Shaq's back in there. Look at it swing once it's past Cracknell. Goodness me, hits the back leg, which is actually that movement. What the response will be of Cracknell, whether he'll go on the attack here and charge.
Mohammed Abbas straight into his work. That's what you can expect to see. Wily operator. Always on and around a good line and length. Known for drastic seam movement. That's good from Cracknell. Down the track, a couple of steps. Running down to third for a single. Gotta put Mohammed Abbas off his length. Otherwise he'll settle in, he'll be there all day.
Yeah, that innings was, bitty's probably not the right word, but every time they felt like they were in a position, Hampshire, to really get a partnership going and get on top, they'd lose a wicket. So it really required that innings from Albert at the end to top things up, push things along. Chasing, you feel as though you can't do things in bits and pieces. You need something substantial from an individual or from a partnership. Something substantial for Hampshire is the innings of Albert. Who can do it for Middlesex? You feel like they'll need to do it from a top-down start rather than playing catch-up at the end as Hampshire did. Doing it against this man is going to be very, very tough.
Again, beats the bat. Good first over from the Pakistan. Seema Mohammad Abbas, just 3 from it. It's going to be a test for this young opening pair, Joe Cracknell and Nathan Fernandez. Cracknell's been the standout batter in this tournament for Middlesex. 296 runs, average of just shy of 50.
Bowling from the Benham end, Kyle Abbott.
As expected, the other incredibly experienced seamer, Kyle Abbott, South African from the Benham end.
He's the big man, he's a gentle giant, Kyle Abbott. Brilliant bowler. It's going to be a real danger for Middlesex here against this opening pair. Slightly on the slower side, isn't it? Gubbins was telling us. Shot there in the foreground, the Hampshire skipper. And Dawson will come into play. The spinner as well, but it was Seamy. Just about inside the line. For the umpire on that one.
Hey, Middlesex, Kyle.
Around the wicket. Early on here to Nathan Fernandez, 20-year-old. Given the responsibility, opening up the batting. It's the Middlesex leadership. Tim Murtagh, Mark Ramprakash and Richard Johnson. Short from Abbott. Cracknell cracking that one away. Finding the fielder. Good run of scores for Joe Cracknell. 56, 49, 88, 98, just 2 runs away from first. The stay century.
And this time we got run out. Middlesex 2 for 2 at Lords after Fernandez fell LBW, and then Cracknell falling as well, 2 for 2, and they were in deep trouble, which they never recovered from against Somerset on Sunday, and that was their one-day cup campaign done. 277 their target to dent, or indeed end, Hampshire's chances of qualification in this one.
Nathan Fernandez given that responsibility to open the batting. This format we saw him open up some of the 4-day fixtures as well. He's cut away nicely here. Beautiful shot. First boundary for Middlesex. First boundary for Fernandez. It's a confident start on the left-hander. Just a bit of width from Abbas. He's really thrown his hands into that. Always has a bit of flair about him when he's playing aggressive strokes, Nathan Fernandez.
Beautiful comeback. Beautiful comeback. Lovely length. Bounce up the hill as well.
Hold at them, Messi boy! You figures went way out.
Chin was the cry, but it beat the edge. Fernandez from India against the Pakistan. Great Mohammed Abbas.
Could be, Ned, come on.
Thinking two here. Just the signal is by signalled.
Ball. Cracknell wasn't quite ready. It's an exciting opening partnership. There's two young Middlesex batters, both positive, a lot of talent.
Oh, lifts again from Abbas. This is a real test for this young Middlesex opening pair. 11 without loss after 3.
Yeah, it's hard to think of too many other counties that have such a formidable opening bowling pair. Kyle Abbott and Mohammed Abbas, two of the best in the game, let alone in the county circuit. A good challenge for the youngsters and a treat for the good numbers that are in the crowd as well. It's good to see international stars.
Some good food being tucked into in the background here, with wonderful food outlets at the ground. Bounce there for Abbott and Cracknell, just trying to smother that as he got forward and across.
See the intent from these two as well. Every time they've run a single, they've really run it. That first one hard, looking to turn a 1 into a 2. saw in the Hampshire innings that boundaries weren't the easiest to come by. The importance of running between the wickets. Be the difference between winning and losing a match.
Side edge rolls away down the pad. Not anywhere. Key surely has got to be partnerships here though for Middlesex. Keep those wickets in hand, take it deep. You saw the charge at the end for Hampshire. It came off, but only just. It was on the edge of the precipice really for Hampshire in that innings. A couple more wickets at any stage in that latter period of the innings, latter third of the innings perhaps, then he wouldn't have got anywhere near that 2-7-6 for 7.
Good cricket all round. Fielded by Nick Gubbins. Good running from Nathan Fernandez. Quick, early, clear call of yes.
Seth Smith, committee member at Middlesex, and a chat with one of the ground staff. Stewards, I should say, in face as well around Middlesex. 4 committee member, I should say. Single 20 over. Solid start from Middlesex. 14 without loss after 4. Nice scene away in the background there. You can't quite see it because the trees, the new indoor school that's been built. Here's what Middlesex are building up along this worm. They'll just want to do pretty much what Hampshire did, but just try and keep a few more of those wickets in hand throughout, then have the charge towards the end. Play the long game in this chase, I think, is the answer. Don't need to gamble anything really in this power play, not against Abid Abbas. It can go horribly wrong.
He's beaten the bat again, Abbas. He's beaten the bat 3 or 4 times now already in his first couple of overs. Real challenge for Joe Cracknell, the man in form for Middlesex. Lead him again today, get his team off to a good start.
Really is sweetly timed by Cracknell. There it goes. Good form at the moment. Need him in top form against this pair of Abid and Abbas, but that's beautifully put away.
Yeah, lovely shot. We saw Fletcher Middleton hit one of those early in the Hampshire innings. Very similar style. Joe Cracknell standing tall.
4s and 7 6s in the Hampshire innings. A lot of that was at the back end, the 6s in particular. But the percentage balance of 6s to 4s there tells a story. I think it is a smaller ground, as Nick Gubbins was mentioning. There for the pick-up shots, but you've got to get in first. Signal taken. Now, Lightning nearly striking twice on Sunday at Lords. Cracknell run himself out, but push to mid-on, mid-off as Dawson here. So two very close calls in the Hampshire innings. One of them was out. This one was in for Cracknell. Come on is the cry from Cracknell, and back he comes, seconds there. So in the over, 5 done, 20 1 without us.
Yeah, very good running again, showing intent early on. Nathan Fernandez and Joe Cracknell.
Shade under the tree. Nice spot. Cooling breeze, you'd imagine, in there as well. Is it leg side? No, it's gone. No hesitation at all from the umpire. Abbott seemed convinced, so did his Hampshire teammates, and they have their breakthrough. 6th over. Form batter in the List A. Well, his List A campaign comes to an end. Cracknell, he's gone for 10. 19th delivery, LBW to Abbott. How far across did he go? Just clipping maybe, but back he has to go. Middlesex lose their first wicket in the power play. Delight for Gubbins and from Abbott. 21 for 1.
Yeah, they're pretty close. Hitting leg stump. Bold Carl Abbott, nice and full. A little bit of seam movement, just beating the batter Joe Cracknell.
The incoming batter, Sam Robson.
Joe Cracknell's campaign comes to an end. 306 runs. In the One Day Cup this season, it's been a good tournament for him.
Cracknell, LBW to
Watch from the sidelines from now. Sam Robson comes to the crease. Experienced player, former England opener.
Yeah, his former opening partner, skippering Hampshire, Nick Gubbins. Sam Robson very well. Robson probably didn't play with Abbott when Abbott was at Middlesex because he was part of the T20 side at Aberdeen. So very rarely over the years ever featured in a T20 side, so I imagine he didn't that yet.
Nice boys! Come on, 30 for 3 boys, let's go! Come on, bud!
Very good over. Kyle Abbott, wicket maiden. Middlesex have lost their first, 21 for 1 from 6. 8th wicket of the tournament for Kyle Abbott. Experienced campaigner. 157 list A wickets to go along with his 625 in first class cricket. Been around for a long time. Kyle Abbott, first class debut in 2009. Speeds the bat again. On the money here is the seamer. Controlling Nathan Fernandez outside. On the outside edge.
Shuffle from Fernandez to turn the single. But I think Robson was safe.
Yeah, it's positive from Nathan Fernandez. Beaten by Abbas a couple of times, so down the track, just putting the Pakistan seamer off his length. Can still be positive in defence, bat on ball, get that single, rotate the strike.
Majority, it was a run rate of 4.5 for Hampshire. Middlesex will get up around that by just turning the singles, but this opening pair will keep it very tight as they're doing at the moment. Man on the left, Dawson's going to be a danger though, and he enters the attack. Middlesex do need to try and up the scoring rate. Let's choose their bowlers to attack wisely in this innings. Edge just out of reach. The mark and boundary. Seconds to be interested for a moment. It would have been thirds. Practice for Robson though ahead of the return of Championship cricket next week to face Abbas and Abbott. Too high side as well. End of the 7th, 26 for 1. Geese making their way over the square, delaying the start of the over. It's a beautiful shot by Fernandez to start the over. A little bit of width from Abbott. And he's capitalising. It's a good start now from Middlesex. Around the wicket gives the left-hander a good chance to see the ball, and as soon as they detect just that little bit of width as well, ball's away. Beautiful stroke though. Lovely, lovely shot. One of the shots of the match, that from Fernandez against Abbott. Youngster showing his class once more here for Middlesex.
Two brilliant shots from the 20-year-old Nathan Fernandez. I mentioned earlier that bit of flair a left-hander often has. Nathan Fernandez certainly has it as well. A wonderful knock of 83 in a successful run chase against Northamptonshire at Radlett at the end of July. Highly talented all-rounder. Good comeback from Kyle Abbott. Acquired run rate 5.72, very manageable. Hampshire hovering around 4.5 for most of their innings until Toby Albert at the end really pushed things on. There's no rush, especially against a quality opening attack.
Or drive. Just straight to the bowler. Yeah, for a moment.
Bit of bounce to finish the over. 8 from it. 2 lovely shots from Nathan Fernandez. Middlesex 34 for 1. 8 overs gone. 2 overs remaining. Power play number 1.
Trouble, that's real trouble. Ball's kept a fraction low. Hampshire can't believe it. Not out is the call. Is it just pitching out? So was it just hitting outside the line of off? Gets across, but no. All he can do is smile.
Smile says 1,000 words. Mohamed Abbas pleading with the umpire, the whole Hampshire team. I think even Robson felt he might have been in trouble there. He's got away with it.
Robson, how costly will that be to Hampshire's hopes reaching the knockout stages this year? It was a big, big shout. Here's the side on of it.
Wide on the crease attack from Abbas, angling in, nipping it away. Would have been really close. Certainly would have been a review, if possible. Nicely played from Robson. Important under that pressure that someone like Mohamed Abbas can build on you. For a big LBW shout, get bat on ball, get down the other end. There's an element of survival, even in this format of the game. You've got to respect good bowlers, the good balls.
Sees the feet again from Fernandez, looking confident out there today. Usually looks untroubled. It's controlled. Seems to have a little bit of purpose about him today. Side will be wide, I think. Nathan there must have just clipped a little bit of trouser on the way through. 9 overs bowled. 35 for 1, so 1 to go of the power play. Delighted to say Noah Cornwall's alongside myself, Kevin Hand on the stream for the next little passage. How are you doing, Noah?
Yeah, not too bad. Should always hopefully get a win today and finish the campaign strong.
It's a tough task, this chase here, but it's a good start, isn't it? 35 for 1 after 9. And it's looking pretty composed, a player I guess you'd know pretty well through the years.
Yeah, no, he's started really well. I think 2 very experienced bowlers up top, done a fair bit, but Nate's played a couple of lovely shots. Looks in good nick.
How long would you guys have played together, actually, thinking about it?
When I first joined the academy, so I reckon when I was 16, or sorry, yeah, 16, he was 17. So yeah, good while, yeah. So got to know him quite well.
Quite the impact, obviously, in his first-class debut. First Middlesex player ever to score a century on his first-class debut for the county.
Yeah, he did. He was brilliant that day. I remember watching that actually at home, just sort of tuning along and cheering on every single run, especially towards got the 90s. I was like, oh, come on, hey, come on. But yeah, chuffed for him. I think all the lads are chuffed for him. He's a talented player.
I was going to say, was it always apparent?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Obviously not a bad year yourself. The biggest six I've ever seen hit at Lords.
Oh no, well yeah, it was a nice shot. Just came into my arc and I thought, why not?
That's quite the arc.
Yeah, it was. No, it was nice to sort of contribute throughout the year, get my first chance. Obviously didn't have the best start at Chelmsford twice. Better places for me to play cricket, but yeah, really enjoyed it. Good experience.
Since they were in that one away. I've got to take you back to the sixth though. Did you follow it as it left the bat?
No, I knew. As soon as it hit the middle, it was one of those ones I just...
You knew it was clearing the grandstand?
Yeah. Perfect sort of trajectory. What can you do? I reckon 100 plus metres, something like that. No. It was, yeah, but it was pretty sweet. Very good feeling. Obviously, not the performance you wanted on a... No, that's rumours.
Rumours it was replayed many times. To be honest, I'd have it on loop on my phone. There's no two ways about it. It's an incredible. It's the biggest. Kyron Pollard put Tim Murter onto the roof of the grandstand, but didn't clear it. Pollard also cleared the roof of the pavilion, but it didn't clear the pavilion fully, as Albert Trott did. That was Sean Udall, I think he put back over his head. And then Ali Brown, I think, was the first batter I saw hit the ball out of Lords. He hit it over the top of the mound stand. It bounced off the top of the mound stand and then down onto the road. Broke the windscreen of a 4x4 sat outside. But I've never seen the grandstand cleared, which is obviously the tallest.
No, it was nice. I remember I sort of hit it. Almost didn't really know what to do. Walked back to my mark, and then Helmy was like, "Nos, the ball's lost. We can have a chat." I was like, yeah, cool.
And the bowler was...
Yeah, Ben Green last year leading with the take in the blast, and so it wasn't. No. So yeah, no. I mean, to be fair, I was quite happy watching Meredith bowl his four, and I was like, thank God for that. Only gets to face Gregory and Green.
Guide for a single to end the power play. 37 for 1 after 10 Middlesex. Very good start for Fernandez in particular. 20 from 27, Robson 6 from 14. Cracknell not to be Middlesex's 4 batter in the list A. Power play 1 is done, so now 4 can drop back to the rope. 37 for 1. But how do you find Lords as a bowler? Because obviously that's one of the challenges for a young bowler at Middlesex. You don't often get to play, or in fact you don't get to play on the square before your debut.
I mean, I loved it. I mean, my first ball was, you don't get much better than that, from a personal note. And I actually sort of quite enjoyed bowling from both ends. Nice bit of a challenge with the slope going away. And actually felt as though I bowled best with the slope going away. And then had a sort of a couple of games. So no, I really enjoyed it, and I really liked that. Pretty gutting to miss out the other night, or the other day. But no, great place to play cricket.
Straight into the offside, but now Gubbins in there. Sorry, which end did you say you preferred?
So the nursery end, I actually reckon I bowled better.
Alex Fraser, the analyst, is stood at the end of the box at the moment. He knows exactly what I'm going to say. I always think left arm is the best at the nursery end at Lords.
No, I enjoyed the nursery end. I think just it kept me upright a bit more. Where with the slope if I was there, I felt away a little bit. But I enjoyed bowling happily both.
For me, it just as a left armer, it gives you a different dimension with that slope, doesn't it? If it goes against the slope, then you're really in play.
It takes it away with the outside edge, and then if it swings in, you're in business.
Pretty good experienced bunch to be, obviously there's a fine pair of bowlers out there at the moment, Abbott and Abbas, but the management team, Alan Coleman was bowling coach, wasn't he, through the academy, and Richard Johnson, of course, outstanding international bowler, and Tim Merton, the current bowling coach.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great line of coaches, sort of feeding more player information. Jono's always there, always good, and then Mertz, I remember I sort of said back start of the year, it's just been brilliant. Loving every sort of moment. He's taken it on amazingly. So no, very, very good support as well for all of us.
He has had one big appeal, but that one nipping in, going down the leg side. So that was a huge appeal earlier. Probably got away with one Robson earlier. This one, though, Abbas wasn't interested.
Yeah, height there, height's just an issue.
Actually seemed, didn't it?
Yeah, it's seen. I think also here at MTs, it's going up the hill, you get a bit more bounce and a bit more carry, where down the hill it's a bit skiddier and a bit keep the stumps in play. Yeah, we're up the hill, you get a bit more carry.
Single for Robson, he moves to 7. Really is survival at the moment. Try and see off Abbott and Abbas to worry about that run rate required. 4.5 it was for the most part through the Hampshire innings. Pretty much plateaued there all the way until the end. That acceleration is pretty much the game plan the Middlesex will have to go to, particularly against Abbott and Abbas.
Yeah, top bowlers, these two. Next place is good ground to catch up on. Obviously the dimensions and the massive sort of slope down the hill. Yeah, these two just try and dig in.
How's the body fared up to it? First year of really being pushed through the paces in the first team.
Yeah, it's actually been really good. I've been sort of lucky. I haven't had a touch wood an injury apart from obviously getting whacked in the hand. But yeah, it's been really good. Sort of had a sort of rest every now and then just to keep my body going along. Hopefully eyeing up some 4-day cricket. But yeah, no, it's been really good.
Fernandez up and sliding down. It's quite a test for him, isn't it? Abbott and Abbas for Fernandez, but seems like a pretty cool customer with the over 11 done, 39 for 1.
Yeah, no, he won't sort of show any sort of real signs of concern or anything. He's a very level-headed player. He'll know his strengths and he'll know. I think, yeah, as I said, Brad Wheel's coming on, so I think this will be a different challenge, a bit more pace, but I think there'll be more opportunities to score against Brad Wheel. But yeah, he won't, and hopefully Robbo can just hang in there and he'll find his touch. He's a world-class player, so.
Yeah, I was saying that, but to some extent Middlesex probably do need to pick their bowlers here, don't they, because of the absolute quality, and that's not disrespect to the others, but the quality of Dawson as well coming into this.
Yeah, absolutely. I think with obviously Brad Wheel, a bit more pace, it might fly on a bit more, and then Dom Kelly, their other seamer, someone who I played with in the under-19s, obviously he's a good player, but I think some of the boys will see him as the youngster and will probably try and go after him. So I think it's one of those ones you've got to be careful. You don't want to be rash, but be smart.
Sharp plans are next for you on that front. You mentioned the under-19s there. Do you know what the winter ahead has in store?
Yeah, I'm sort of all done with the under-19s. Yeah, so turning 20 in September, so that's sort of all done. It was a nice sort of chapter to finish. Sort of wanted to play there since I sort of joined. But yeah, no, I think it's going to be a nice winter here. Going to be a lot of fitness. I think for the group, which will be obviously tough, but it's going to be one of those things you have to do as a cricketer. So yeah, stay here for the winter and then build on next season. See when hopefully aim to play as much more first team cricket as possible.
I guess the next step up. But how do they speak to you about it? The under-19s, you know, once you hit 20, I guess they give you the encouragement to say, look, there are performance squads, Lions, and things like that. That's what, you know, they'll want to be setting you targets, I assume.
Yeah, I think also, like, as a personal target, I'd want, obviously everyone's dream is to play for England, but yeah, there are stages that you sort of can go through. Obviously, they just had the England Lions announced to play Sri Lanka, and there's a couple lads in there who I've played with, someone like Fahan Ahmed, very good youngster, very good spinner. So yeah, definitely a sort of goal I want to try and achieve.
His toes, Fernandez. It feels like he's seeing this really well today. It just seems like there's a little different level to him. It always looks composed and calm. There's something about this innings today seems to relay that he's looking in pretty good touch.
Yeah, looks very relaxed. Don't get much away from Nate. To be fair, either of these batters very level-headed.
Actually, that's a good point. I was gonna say, do you ever see Fernandez ruffled? I can't imagine you do. I don't think I've ever seen Sam Robson ruffled.
No, Robbo's one of the most. Once he's batting, I don't think you could say anything to him that he's going to listen. Like, for example, when anyone sort of says anything in the field, I guarantee you he won't even have a clue what they've said. But he just loves batting. He just gets into that zone. When he's in that zone, he's more or less untouchable.
But even off the field, to get the impression for Fernandez as well, certainly no of Robson. I've never seen him in his life ever appear to be ruffled by anything, and Fernandez seems to be the same kind of character.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Nath's very, very chilled guy. He also, as Robbo, just loves batting. If he could, I think he could do it all day. He's always the one. He always loves batting to the end of the net sessions and stuff like that. But yeah, I think he started the competition. I think he wasn't as happy as how he did, but then he got that 80 against Northants, which I think really sort of kicked him on.
Oh, that's climbing.
Yeah, I think that's where Wheels just got that extra bit of pace down the hill. I think now he's seen that Nath's played that. I reckon he may give him one or two more. But as I know, Nath can play short ball. He's a nice player of it.
12 down, 42 for one. It's building this partnership now, these two. Robson looking to get himself in again. This will be really, really good practice for him ahead of next week, Thursday, the return of the championship. Real good test, Abbott and Abbas, and now Wheel. What do you see in Abbott and Abbas that you, as a young bowler, look at and think that's impressive?
I think just the way they're able to sort of hold their consistency in the line and length. They've got skills that, as a left-handed seamer, that I don't have. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, no, just the consistency, line of length, which is something that, as a youngster, I think you sort of learn and develop as you go on. But yeah, top class bowlers.
Often talk about for young batters how difficult it is coming through now. You're trying to break through into a first-class side, probably first and foremost, but then someone like Sam Robson's a great example. You know, he'd have loved to have played T20 cricket. He really wanted to, but never really had the opportunity to because his game wasn't suited to it. But someone like Max Holden, Stephen Eskenazi, when they came through, they absolutely nailed on first-class cricketers, but developed their game to become white ball cricketers. It's tough, and you know, your red ball form will be affected as your white ball form goes up. But I haven't probably thought it through fully for young bowlers as well.
Yeah.
Obviously, you talk about these two here, and that was pretty much the answer I expected. It's that line and length, that consistency of just relentlessly. Abbas is the master of it here, isn't he? Just hitting the top of off stump. But as a young bowler, you're trying to do that one, but also I guess you're developing skills for other formats as well.
Yeah, I think absolutely. There's the amount of chopping, changing, and how busy the schedule is. 1 week you could be playing red, 1 week you could be playing white. And I think, having that skills to adapt as well, to change between the formats, but also learn and build your skills I think it's key. And someone like these two who have played a lot of red ball cricket and they've now you see their skills in the white ball format.
It's a beaut again.
Shot. Yeah, he's a top quality bowler. I seem to remember, I think when it was played England over here for Pakistan. He just sort of had it on a string, going both ways, line and length. Yeah, something that young bowlers sort of will aspire to and want to try and do, because no one's completed it. So someone like Don Kelly for them is a youngster. Having these two will be humongously important for him.
It's nicely done by Robson, just waiting on it. Steers the single 20 over. 43 for 113 bowled. But yeah, I can't really imagine how difficult that is for a young bowler, because obviously, you know, in years gone by, you're just trained to do one thing, and that is hit the top of off stump. Just keep doing it, keep doing it, keep doing it. But now you've got to bring in so many different factors, and I guess it can blur the mind a little bit, even when you are trying to be fully focused on just a first-class game and hitting the top of off stump. There's a lot going through your mind that you have to try and shut out.
Yeah. There's so much going on nowadays. You're also trying to worry about your performance, and you're trying to top someone, but then you've got blokes nowadays who can really hit anything, and it becomes how you can adapt, and I think ultimately become as clear as possible in your plans. I think being as clear as possible, knowing what your skill is in the format or the situation of the game, if it's death or if it's the start. But yeah, no, very, very important.
Started well here, Will, hasn't he? Talks about the pace could go on this surface.
Yeah, he has. I think there's been a bit of inconsistent bounce there. That one just taking the leading edge, I think a couple flying through, and then a couple just sort of keeping low. I think that's a tendency you can get coming down the hill at NTs from bowling here a fair few times. It's nice as bowler. You got the wind, normally the wind behind you, running down the hill, and try and bowl as fast as you can. I think it'll be interesting watching. So yeah, we'll go back. Because obviously started quite well here, and then whether they'll go to Dom Kelly or they'll bring Liam Dawson on, who's obviously come back from a 100 game yesterday. Whether they'll try and tie these two up and make them do something silly, or they'll go to the youngster and see how the boys approach that.
I'll call them alongside myself, Kevin Hand, on the live stream here at the moment from Dafabet. When did you know you were getting a nod for your debut this year? At what point? I know in the winter, Richard Johnson, or at the start of the season, maybe it was Richard Johnson, was talking to me about you and saying he was excited about, you know, seeing how you went this year.
I'm just trying to remember. I think I remember I had played a second team game down in Southend, I think, somewhere around there, and I bowled quite nicely. Sort of my aim as a sit left arm seam was to swing it back in and get it full. And yeah, got a message from Esky after the game, sort of can't vaguely remember the actual words, but it was an inkling that I had a chance of playing, and then arrived in Chelmsford very early that day. Went for a coffee with Higgy and Esky, and got the nod, and then Jono told me at the game. That was when once Jono had told me, I was sort of good. It was nervous. Bowling to Zach Crawley, bowling your first ball, it was pretty intimidating, realising how big he actually is. But it was good, and I loved every single moment of the sort of T20 staff, the buzz, sort of trying to not show off, but show what you're about. Try and stand up in front of normally a decent sized crowd, sort of Lords, 20 odd thousand, which is youngs are quite sort of unheard of in terms of you're playing club cricket at Radler or something, and you've got maybe 15 family members watching. To having people in the crowd just going, calling you all sorts and stuff like that. But it was very, very good.
What's your home club actually?
So Radler's my home club. So yeah, growing up there, great club, family all there.
You, Josh Takeri's?
Yeah, Josh Takeri's, and I think that's it. So yeah, we've
breaking up the North Middlesex Mafia.
Oh god, yeah. Non-stop, Lukey, crackers and bams. Oh god, all they talk about. I see Don Kelly coming into the attack. I think this will be an interesting matchup. He took a fifer not long ago. Yeah, and a hat trick. So it's a nice bowler. Already, that's a lovely shot. Okay, what a shot! I think that's clear. Nace or little use of the feet. I don't think Nace gonna sort of hide away from this. Lovely shot from there.
What was the series that you played with?
So yeah, we played one day series against Sri Lanka, which was, I loved it. It was brilliant. Played at Chelmsford again. Played again there. So that was nice. Basically another home. So yeah, that was going back to Chelmsford for the first game. I mean, I made my debut there, so probably written in the stars. So yeah, no, that was good. We lost the first game and then won the next two to win the series. So that was great. Sort of made some really good friends. Played with someone like Rocky Flintoff, who played not long ago, who belted me all around Old Trafford. So no, great bunch of lads. Coaching sort of set was on like sort of Graham Swan, Ian Bell, Michael Yardy. It was brilliant. Got on really well with them.
Shape on that one from Kelly. Nearly undid Fernandez. He did well to get bad on that.
Yeah, he did. Just a bit fuller. I think on this pitch is a good length. It's bashing that good length, but then that one just a bit fuller. Nearly full up now. I think maybe just a bit fuller. Sometimes when you bowl a little bit fuller, if there is anything, you can sort of take it with it.
Side with a fine glance from Fernandez.
Yeah, just strays in line. I think that's, as a bowler, as a sort of a young bowler, trying to find that consistent line of length. Just a bit too straight on that one, and someone like Nate is going to clip that away for 4. So nice little 4 runs for the boys. Very positive start from Nate, 30 or 37. Hopefully this is push on and go and get a big score.
Nice clip. As far as mid wicket. It's good to see him getting some runs again. He obviously had that century early on. He's had some decent knocks since, of course, but mostly a lot of cameos though. Hasn't really been able to get in and get that big score. I'm sure he'd love to do it now with the championship returning next week. Try and make a point.
Yeah, great opportunity for him. He's in. I think this is where he knows, and he'll want to try and make the most of this.
Gets that one through. It's a sweeper back, so it's just a single. End of the 15th, 52 for 1. Fernandez 31, Robson 10. Right, we've got it lined up. Noah Cornwall at Lords, facing green. There it goes.
Yeah, straight out the middle, straight over the top.
Wow. I have to admit, seeing that replay, I'd remembered that it was actually more leg side, but you've actually got that a pickup, haven't you, really?
Yeah, it was actually, I think I'd gave myself a little bit of room as a classic tail ender. Maybe a fraction scared the ball. But as the boys joke, I had my eyes shut. I can confirm I didn't. So yeah, that was there. That was a special moment. One that I'll sort of remember for a while.
Outside the line.
What?
What's the favourite wicket you've had so far? Of course, that was incredible, and for me it was the first seeing the ball hit out, or over the grandstand anyway, and clearing the ground as well. But obviously bowler first and foremost. Favourite wicket, favourite?
I think there are two actually. I think my sort of normal answer would be my first ball at Lords was getting the wicket, but I actually think my favourite wicket was getting Michael Pepper out. I think someone who's been in unbelievable nick this year, scored just blast a century against us at Chelmsford, and to get him out cheaply. Too high there from Will.
It really climbed, didn't it? I mean, it didn't feel as though the length was, maybe I didn't detect it properly, but it didn't feel as though the length was that short as it pitched. But
yeah, I think down the hill, sometimes that can keep low, but yeah, that shot. But yeah, no, I'd definitely say probably the Pepper and then the first ball in terms of moments for me. Not the best I've bowled at all. I think down in Gloucester was the best, but yeah, those two stand out.
oh, it's just short. And wicket rolls to his left. Very, very tight. Oh, and tight for the run as well. Goodness me, now they've gone up for it.
Chaos cricket there.
So it's lofty from Fernandez. Yes, no, and then similarly there was another huge delay. Direct hit would have done for him.
Just in. That's a good decision from the umpire.
Outstanding decision. Would have been rough for Fernandez to go on that one, wasn't it? Was one indeed in the Middlesex incident. I don't know if you've seen the replay, but it was out. But that's the way it goes, isn't it? Some you win, some you lose, but you rather hope that the batter gets the benefit of the doubt.
Maybe a bit of rush of blood there from Nath. Yeah, I think it's such a hard job, naked eye, especially for the run-outs from side on. I mean, I sometimes see them and I'm like, I don't know how you make the decision. But yeah, no, good decision there.
When it's that tight, you really would hope that the umpire is, without the benefit of TV replay, going to give the benefit to the batter.
Yeah, I think they've got no. If they're not 100% sure, I think pretty much every single time they'll go with the benefit of the batter.
Oh, it's uppish again, and it's gone this time. Earlier in the over, he clipped on this one. He's picked out Albert, rolled to his left, and it was just out of reach. A couple of balls back, but this one straight to the fielder and a comfortable catch. The fall of Fernandez, he'll be bitterly disappointed. He looked in good nick up to those last couple of deliveries.
Yeah, it's a shame from Nath. I think sort of carbon copy of the one before. I think good catch from Toby Albert. Yeah, he'll be disappointed with that, I think.
Soft dismissal for Fernandez. A shame for him because he's looked really good. 33 for him, 56 for 2 it is. Brings Rocky Stoneman to the middle. Skipper will let go at the end of the over. But the skipper's heading out first.
Yeah, out goes Rocky. I think this is an important time in the game. I think he'll go try and stamp his authority on this game. To the more senior players, to ex-international players, so it'll be good to watch them go.
56 for 2, it's his crucial point. Talks about that run rate being fine for Middlesex. They've got to think long game here. They've got to get a partnership going. They've got to get big innings from somebody. They won't want to leave it late, as Hampshire did with that charge at the end. charging in the chase comes with a lot more peril.
Yeah, no, it does. I think you can get yourself into awkward positions. I think this is a real time. Robbo's in, so I think this is probably one of those games where he's going to have to try and push on, and we've seen him many times do that before. I think Rocky's batted really nicely throughout this tournament. Showed real intent, so we'll see if he can carry on that form.
Of course, Middlesex don't have the 6-hitting machine at the end of the innings today either. So
no, sadly they don't. He's in the con box today.
No, I meant you, not me. Delay on this last ball of the over. Stoneman's taking his time. Hampshire will be making him wait as well, similarly, trying to play the games. Last ball of Wheels, third over. Nice way to get off the mark. Little glance down to a long leg. No, cool. Thanks very much. Great to have you up with us. Good luck for the rest of the season. 56 for 2 it is. End of the 16th. Robson 10, Stoneman 1. So Fernandez done. It's a shame because he was looking in good nick. So Fernandez falls. He was really looking good out there, and one man who saw that very well was the man who's at the other end for the most part at the start of his innings, Joe Cracknell. He looked good out there. Fernandez will be disappointed with that fall of that wicket.
Yeah, he had a nice start. Looked like he was seeing the ball well. He was driving on the up quite nicely. But it's a hard wicket to start on. A little bit off the track, a bit of seam movement, and obviously 2 ex-international and high-class bowlers. So yeah, it was tricky work.
Enjoyable though, I'd imagine. You have to try and take the positive of some of these things, don't you, of facing those two. As here comes it's the 117th from the lake end up the hill. It is a very different matchup, isn't it, Wheel and Kelly, to Abid and Abbas, but I'm sure as a young batter as well, though, actually facing that kind of challenge is something that you're keen on.
Yeah, absolutely. And you kind of want to know how you stack up against those 2 guys, and where your game's at in comparison to those 2. So it's a great measure, as difficult as it is, it's a great measure to see where you are and how you fare against those 2 high-class bowlers.
I saw Nathan will be disappointed wide on that one, because it looked the best I'd seen him out there in the middle for a while, actually.
Yeah, and I think a new role for Nathan, like the last couple of games, maybe it took him a few innings to get the right tempo. 50 over cricket, like, you have a lot more time than maybe you necessarily think. So he was just maybe getting to grips with, if you feel like a bit under pressure or you face a few dots, maybe you don't necessarily have to take a big risk early on in your innings. You can soak up a few more balls than maybe a T20. But no, you're right. He looked calm and composed. That he was playing nicely with straight bats. So that was the mark of someone that's in some good touch.
Stroke from Robson. Yeah, it's an interesting change up this year yourself, and Nathan going to the top obviously, and Robson and Stoneman, the championship opening pair, 3 and 4. He'd have got to bat a fair bit with as well.
Yeah, look, Rocky's someone who's helped me a lot. I think there are a few interviews, and I got asked by a member the other day about the influence Rocky's had on my batting. He's definitely not short of a few words.
Interested to know, actually. Happy to relay it?
Yeah, look, he's one of those where he's not scared to tell you when you've done something right or wrong, and it's kind of as a young player and someone who's trying to learn their craft, like what you need a kick up the backside sometimes, but you also need something to say, oh, actually you're doing the right thing, or you're going about it the right way. So I think Rocky gets that quite right in a senior position that he is in, captaining the side.
single. Has this been the best form of your career, this list A competition?
I'd say it's definitely like the most fluent I've felt batting. Like I've enjoyed 50 over cricket because it's very different to T20. You don't really have to take a risk, or you're not forced to bat at a certain tempo. So you're allowed to give yourself a few more balls than a T20, which is maybe something that I was known or played started most of my career playing. So yeah, I've enjoyed this 50 over tournament.
I was going to say actually that you obviously had that breakthrough season, and then were quickly called up as a wild card by Morgan for the 100. That meant you missed the list A that year, as I remember. So actually your learning curve was pure T20 to begin with, which is obviously a great thing, and you grab what challenges you can, but perhaps maybe didn't help you as you say, all formats and learning the paces of things.
Yeah, exactly, and maybe when you start, you're happy with where you're playing and the format you're playing most in. That's maybe where more of your attention goes to. But certainly now,
the width for Robson to play with, bobbles around, fizzes around in the outfield, but just the single.
Yeah, sorry, but certainly now it's like a bit older and had a few more seasons under my belt. It's the hunger to play all formats and play more full-day cricket is definitely there. So it's as keeping my T20 game going in the right direction, but also making sure that my red ball and the 50 over stuff catches up with that. So it's more of a linear trajectory rather than just one format and one dimensional, which I don't think in this day and age, in the way the game's going, you can be. So it's definitely something that I've worked hard on, and I want to play more red ball cricket, and I think this 50 over comp helps with that.
It was something he said to me in the interview at Beckenham the other day. I'm trying to remember exactly the phrasing it was, because I think I'd asked you, did something feel different? And actually said yes. What was it? What feels different this year in the list A? It feels as though the game's kicked on a bit for you.
Yeah, it's just like the calmness and the presence I have at the crease. Like it's sometimes, like as I said, when you first started playing, you play T20 cricket, you're almost forced to play in a certain way or feel like you have to live up to something that maybe you're known for. Whereas actually it's now having that presence and that awareness to be like, I don't need to take a risk, or I don't need to do anything. Naturally I'll hit bad balls, and naturally I'll play at a good tempo. So it's about piecing together good decisions over a longer period with that fast tempo and aggressive nature that I do play with.
I've got to tell you there, you penis. We'll react quickly.
Come to 2 on 2.
Headphones in.
Going to 4 on 4.
I was just going
I think this year as well, T20 and One Day Cup.
Even when it wasn't going right for Middlesex, it didn't go as badly wrong, perhaps, as it had done in years gone by for the team as a whole.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're not where we want to be, and we haven't been maybe in certain aspects of the game, and that's why we've lost the first two. But actually, one thing it did highlight is we played some really good cricket, and we did some good things right.
Oh, that goes through. Snips through the inside edge.
Yeah, we're definitely doing things right, but also we had a long way to go. And we've always said with this tournament that we want to be taking forward steps and taking steps in the right direction, and definitely not taking steps back, which is what maybe we felt like over the last couple of years.
Is this the point where we take our
Yeah.
18 done, 64 for 2. The live enhanced stream from Middlesex Live here at Merchant Sailors School in association with Taffabet. Joe Cracknell's alongside myself, Kevin Hand on the mic at the moment. Middlesex just setting themselves up. Talking about the run rate, 4.5 the majority through the Hampshire innings, and then they had the acceleration at the end. Middlesex won't be perturbed by 3.56 at the moment and the 6.66 target.
No, absolutely not. And we spoke about halfway taking it deep. The big thing in 50 over cricket is about wickets in hand. So even Robbo and Rocky here at the moment, they're just taking a bit of time. Even if we tick over at 3, 4, 5 and over, as long as that rate doesn't get up close to 8s, then we have full confidence. The longer we're in the game and the deeper we take it, the higher chance we have of chasing this down. It's just that wicket column that can kill you in these games.
Felix Organ into the attack for the first time. Nick Gubbins was on with us earlier and was talking about the spin options that they have. Obviously Liam Dawson's the absolutely gun player, and Dawson actually had, I don't know if you were playing in the game, you were probably there at Radlett, and Dawson picked up that horrible injury when he landed. I think he played a defensive shot on the back foot, but as he landed, I think he split his Achilles, didn't he? Felix Organ ended up picking up a whole load of wickets in that game. Were you playing? Or
No, I was 12th man. Interesting going with Felix. Yeah, I thought they might go with Dawes just to tighten that pressure a little bit, but maybe the off spin with a left-hander in, that could be the play, and maybe they're saving Dawes' overs for the latter stages.
Well, so Luke bowled really well, wasn't it? Luke Holman earlier. It's a mark of how far his game has come on, Holman. Middlesex knew the necessity to hold some overs back from him, and they reaped the reward in the end. When did you first see Luke Holman?
A while ago now, probably too long ago, but I think it would have been 17 years ago. So when I was 7, he was 5 or 6. But Lukey's been at the club longer than I have. Be interested to see what Rocky goes, what option he uses here against the off spin. Mid on up. I don't think he'd want to play a rush shot, so yeah, it'll be an interesting battle this. Nice.
What was it like coming through with yourself and Luke? I mean, you've known each other for so long, and then come through, pretty much break through at the same time, if I remember, in the T20 under Stuart Law. That experience is something, I don't know, maybe it's too early for you to look back on and reflect on, but you think of actually coming all the way through and then that moment of you make your debuts.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely something that made the first few games of professional cricket a little bit easier, playing with a familiar face. But it's just nice to have someone in the dressing room that knows you so well and you get on really well with. So, as well as a teammate, it's nice to have a good mate that you play with.
Obviously, both two highly talented players. I'm going to ask it from your perspective, though. Was it always apparent with Luke that Luke's got something, he's going to go on?
Yeah, I mean, when we were younger, Lukey definitely was the one who wanted to bowl and bat the most. And he definitely was, for his age, he always played up. He always challenged coaches. He always challenged his teammates and all that stuff. So it was clear he had something there.
.69 for 2 after 19. And then for the pair of you, was it apparent at some point that you were going to really kick on together? I mean, I guess it's something you can't really touch on you, but you've had that aspiration, wouldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Can do this.
Yeah, maybe you don't start playing thinking it will be a job or you'll be a professional. One thing that does make it slightly nicer is that we do different skills. So there's never really been a stage where we've been competing for the same spot or compete for the same batting position or bowling or whatever. So that's maybe the nice thing. But we have each other a lot of the time, and same with BAMS, like we have each other's back, and it's nice to have a very familiar face and someone you know so well, see them every day. So here's Dawson, which I thought would be last over, but this would be the interesting matchup, how we play him. Looked like there was a bit of hold in the first innings, and Dawson bowls quite quickly into the wicket. So interested to see how Robbo and Rocky go about this.
Wasn't a huge amount of turn, was it? But there was a little bit of grip.
No, it's just a bit of hold, the boys were saying. Not necessarily spin, but it just makes it quite difficult to time the ball consistently. Robbo's someone that maybe won't play a massive shot or try to take you down the ground, but one thing he does is he's amazing at using his feet and using the crease and manipulating the field. So whereas Rocky, he has a bit more brute force, which he likes to use now and again.
How much seam movement was there out there against Abbott and Abbas? There's a fair few that straightened, wasn't there?
Yeah, the first ball cut me in half. Yeah, it flipped my thigh pad. I thought he was going to give me out caught behind, but no, there was definitely a little bit there when they bowled in the right area.
This was quite a lot this morning when Nick Gubbins was on. He just said, "I just hope there's as much when we were out there bowling as there is now."
And there has been like it in the games, in the previous games, the ball swung and it has definitely nipped in the previous games as well.
That was a pretty good throw. I'm sure Stoneman was quite fully expecting his end on that one, was he? It's fast between the wickets.
Yeah, Rocky's fast, but it's key we keep doing things like that. So minimise the dot balls again. That's where the rate doesn't get out of control. Those dot balls, which could be dot balls, turn into singles. And now Robbo's faced 40 odd balls. It's one of those where we bat round him. He's the one that now will look to bat the rest of the innings and get that big score. And the guys coming in trying to support him and get him on strike. And so now that he's in, he has the pace of the wicket.
This will be an interesting matchup for exactly that reason. Left arm turning it into the left-hander.
2 men out on the leg side as well, and a long on, I think.
It's well run. And these two will know each other best for that as well, won't they? I've seen a couple who've opened with Robson and with Stoneman, and it almost looks as though they've been taken by surprise some of the times in the singles. In the championship, I'm trying to think who it would have been when you see Robson injured his finger earlier this season. Nathan Fernandez, maybe last year as well. There's the worm. We were talking about that net run rate. The run rate. Middlesex won't be too worried about that little drop off at the moment. They obviously won't want to let it drop away, but that's where this Dawson period is going to be so crucial to both.
Shot, Rocky. And that's something that we've got, that Rocky's able to do, exploit anything short, exploit anything slightly full, and it comes back to what I was saying earlier. The last over from Dawson went for 4, but with 2 tightly run singles, and that overs for 4 rather than 2 mean that the pressure isn't anywhere near as much. Then you get a boundary first ball the next over, and then now the over's yours to win, basically. Try and get an over for 6 or 7, and then that rate just stays really, really manageable.
Chipped in the air on this one, but he's checked the shot, I think. Fielder's back there. He'd have been well aware the fielder was back. I think there'd have been some element of restraint in that from Stoneman. Excitement in the field from Hampshire, hoping it'll be down the throat. Quite a wide long off down there as well. Long on now for Robson.
Looks like Felix is bowling a little bit slower than Dawson at the other end.
Must be pretty good as a young batter to have the likes of Stoneman and Robson. I mean, 2 batters who Robson had the best record alongside Sir Alistair Cook after Strauss's retirement.
Is that right? Played.
Stoneman obviously was regarded well when he went and played for England as well, having played on pretty hard home ground at Chesterley Street for so long.
And he played the Ashes series. He always talks about the Ashes series in Australia, which sounded challenging to say the least.
Brutal. Yeah, Robson. I'm pretty sure all the way to the end. If not the end, maybe there was one partner at the very end for Cook, but certainly very close to the end. There at their end, Middlesex are winning the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said earlier, Robbo's going to look to bat through, and the guys will try and bat around him, face as few dot balls as possible, and like I said, just make sure that that rate doesn't creep up to close to 8. Round the wicket is interesting.
Attacking move here from Dawson to come around the wicket, Stoneman. Saw that sweep which he went hard at in the last over. From over the wicket. High quality battle this One Day Cup. Obviously depleted 2 or 3, 4 players per team at the top, but nonetheless the squads are good in county cricket. It's a lot of depth in English cricket. We're seeing that in the One Day Cup.
It's a good over so far from Dawson. 2 quick ones, 1 slightly slower. Let's see. Interested to see what he does these next 3 balls.
He's throwing the ball into Stoneman's court here, isn't he?
Slightly slower.
For exactly that reason of the run rate required, because it'll be on Stoneman's mind that he can't let Dawson bowl at him for 2 reasons. 1, he's too good a bowler, and 2, the required rate.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's where maybe Rocky might have to take a risk at the other end to get an over for 10 or something, just so that we can afford to have an over for 2 or 3 from Dawson.
How difficult is it out there as a batter to weigh that up when you're in the middle now and you look at the scoreboard? I mean, the other one's thrown his DLS on a day when there's rain around. You're looking at it, you're thinking, goodness, if we lose a wicket now, it's a lot to have to weigh up as a batter when you're also weighing up things like the angle of attack from Dawson. So obviously there's a lot you'll try and shut out, but there's only so much you can, because you've got to think of the match situation as well. 22 done, 82 for 2.
Yeah, it's something that you probably think about before the game. You realise going into it that they have 2 class opening bowlers and then the class left arm spinner. So it's like, at what point, if whatever the circumstances, what the risk you might have to take and when that is. And at the moment, the left arm spinner's bowling very well, and the run rate's just creeping up with him bowling 2 overs for 6 there. So at some point you have to throw a punch, and it could be against the off spinner or the other seamer.
Do you ever get messages run out from the side to help with that kind of equation, or do they leave you alone?
No. Rocky is very much in favour of the message. At Old Trafford in the game last week, there was a bit of rain around in our second innings, and a few messages were run out about keeping an eye on Duckworth-Lewis and all of that stuff. But fundamentally, you're the one out there in the middle, and you just got to focus on your batting. And if you bat well and you bat time, Duckworth-Lewis and that type of stuff takes care of itself.
Lifted by Robson. Lifted straight to mid-wicket. Wasn't quite there and ended up dragging it wide out to mid-wicket. It's the 3rd wicket's fall. Robson falling to his 49th delivery. Again, he'll be disappointed, much like Fernandez. He'd have felt he got to a point where he was able to take control of this innings and build a big one, but he's put it straight down the throat of deep mid-wicket. Wicket for Felix Org and a big wicket for Hampshire. Robson has to go. Middlesex, 3 down. Something borne out perhaps that run rate, that last over from Dawson as well, feeling they've got to score the runs off Organ. He's gone for what, 12 off his first 2. Is Robson feeling that he's got to score those runs?
And maybe that was the risk I was speaking about, feeling like they had to take a risk at the other end. And maybe Dawson might not be the one today that takes the wickets because the lads feel like the risk needs to be taken at the other end. So he could go at, the off-spinner could go at 6 or 7 and over, but pick up 3 and 4 wickets. So that's just how it goes. But Dave Owen now is a great player of spin. We'll look to reverse and conventional sweep, but he can be busy and can rotate the strike.
So Mert's got so many wickets over the years, wasn't he? He had Finn and Roland Jones and Collymore at the other end.
Mert's is flight and guile, yeah.
82 for 3 in the 23rd. Big moment now for Jack Davies alongside the skipper Stoneman. He's had some wonderful innings this year. Martin Anderson rescuing a situation at Cheltenham College in the blast. Probably his finest, but he's looked in good touch all year long. Again, another batter would be keen actually to spend some time in the middle. This match is obviously a match to win for Middlesex, whether they can qualify or not. But there's the championship back next week, so it's a good opportunity to have time out in the middle. Gubbins, distinctive voice of the former Middlesex opener, Hampshire captain. Just the 3 singles off the over, but crucially the wicket of Sam Robson. 85 for 3, 23 gone. And well, Hampshire had to rebuild a few times. The one thing Nick Gubbins, when he was on, asked him about it, said the biggest frustration, I'm sure, for Hampshire is every time it looked like a partnership was about to get going, a wicket would fall, and they never really had a partnership, but then had that cameo at the end, which you can just see that little up spike in the last couple of overs from Albert's attack. Middlesex just need to be careful of that wicket that's fallen of Robson there. Looks as though they'll probably be meandering just below that run rate of Hampshire for a fair while. Keeping is going to have to be a partnership here.
Go on, Toad.
No, I'll just do it. No, but it doesn't matter anyway. I'll do it because Rocky don't. I'll do it till drinks. Fletch. Fletch, I can do it till 25. Yeah, unless it's a wicket.
Oh boy.
Can we say that? 4 runs through the covers. Lovely way to end the over. Doubles his tallies onto 8. 91 for 3.
That's what he said about the messages. It's funny. You get a few.
Ooh, now. Probably one of the bigger turners we've seen today. Squeezes on at the moment for Middlesex. That run rate up at 7.26 now. It's not going to be long before that's up at 8. Pressure's on Middlesex here at the moment. Drinks break is just 1 ball away. I'd imagine Stone will reconvene at the drinks break and have a think about it. Just get through to the end of this over now, but just 2 runs off it. It's another good over. Just 3 off his last, as well as the wicket of Robson. Short, punished. That'll feel good. Going into the drinks break. Thanks very much to Joe Cracknell. Much appreciated. Good to see him, and congratulations on his form this year in the List A. A fine way to finish the 25th over for Middlesex. You're watching the live enhanced stream from Middlesex, live here at Merchant Taylor's School. And as we hit the 25 over mark, it means we're hitting the drinks break as well. We'll be back in a few moments after these short words from our sponsors.
Someone's going to take one out for it.
Oh, here we go. The play to resume with Liam Dawson. And resume with the boundary, which is where Middlesex left off. Dawson is dropping a fraction short there. Not even that short, to be fair. It's a fine shot by Jack Davies. 97, 101 indeed for 3 now. Single more for Stoneman. Middlesex have just had a chance to regroup in the drinks break there. Discussion will have been that run rate and the required. In particular, how they go about handling the left arm spinner. Good start though from Dawson. He's picked up from Davies. So 103 for 3 at the end of the 26th. You're watching the live enhanced stream from Middlesex Live at Merchant Taylors in association with Daffabet. Tom Ford's alongside myself, Kevin Hand, and they do have their work cut out. It'll be a fine chase from here, Middlesex. We talk about doubling his score from 30. Middlesex's target of 277 is a long way away at the moment.
Yeah, it is. It's a tricky position now for these two. I think Mark Stoneman really needs to look to be there towards the end. As we saw with the Hampshire innings, those last 10 overs, you can really put your foot down, but they don't want to give away a couple more wickets here and leave themselves with little chance. That's a lovely shot from Stoneman, nicely placed, allowing him back for 2. Good running. Tom Press doing the sweeping on the cover boundary.
It's one of the tricky things about Merchant Taylor School. We talked about short boundaries. It's good for if the ball's coming onto the bat, finding the boundary, finding the sixes. It's a nice bit of turn again there for Felix Organ. What that does mean in a lower scoring game like this, where the boundaries aren't as easy to come by, equally 2s and 3s aren't as easy to come by. It's a small boundary, it's a small ground, so you're really only pushing singles, you're rarely pushing regular 2s. Matches at Lords or down at Southampton as well, if the pitch is particularly one side of the square, you're always thinking there's 3 out there, a bigger boundary. It's very similar actually down at Southampton, very big boundaries down there.
Played that off, middle stump. There's Stoneman. Felix Organ's going nicely here. 4.5 overs into his spell. He's keeping things tight.
A lot of excitement. A lot of carnage as well from the keeper. It was a comfortable run. Poor, oh dear, it's a keeper's life.
Wonder who's going to do Ben Brown's washing tonight.
That's what they mean about a day in the dirt. It's turning, it's gripping. It's pretty tense now for Middlesex. Hampshire in control here at the moment. There's a lot to do for the hosts. 106 for 3.
Yeah, good over from Felix Organ. Just the 3 runs from it. He came into this Hampshire side predominantly as a batter, coming through the academy. Opening batter, but he's really developed his spinning trade in recent years is often the frontline spinner when Liam Dawson's not around for Hampshire, red ball or white ball. He's turning into a very valuable all-rounder for Hampshire. As this man is also turned into a very impressive fast bowler. Brad Wheel, the Scottish international, featured in the T20 World Cup. Gets it through at good pace, giddy action.
Middlesex probably will enjoy a little bit of pace back on at this point. Use that pace.
Yeah, it was the same when Middlesex were bowling. It was Josh Carey's, Luke Holman, Nathan Fernandez keeping things tight as soon as that pace came on. Back in the final 10 overs, the charge came and the boundaries also flowed.
Inside edge, looking favourably for the single. A pitch where boundaries have been at a premium all day, a run rate more than a run a ball is a tough ask. But a partnership will do it. Well, in pretty much most any format, get a partnership going, then anything's possible.
You mentioned a little while ago, Kev, really good opportunity for Jack Davis. Get some time in the middle. He's had a couple of good knocks in recent weeks. Finished 31 not out in that successful chase against Northants. Came in and really eased the pressure. It was followed up by another start. 35 against Kent. A couple of single-figure scores either side. A good opportunity. It's about a bit of time. That run rate still is creeping up, but still in control. Teams now anything under 8 feel comfortable. Chasing.
Yes, no. Davies probably should have been aware at Sloman. It's going to be a yes.
Yeah, the key thing is that wickets tally. 3 wickets down is okay at the moment. Still plenty of batting to come for Middlesex. But they're going to need to make sure they've got 2 players set when they look to pick up that run rate. Get a foot forward and start that charge. Expect it to come around the 32 over onwards mark, 30-32 overs.
Looks as though he's got the bit between the teeth this time. It looks as though he fancies the challenge of this, and it is going to be a real challenge. He's going to have to run hard. He's going to have to find the ones. He's definitely going to have to find the twos. And at some point later on, there's going to have to be a launch. But at the moment, it looks as though the Middlesex captain is very determined to try and go out with a high here. Again. So I don't think he's going to be too disappointed to see Wheel come into the attack. That little bit of pace that he can manufacture, he can manoeuvre. I know we said twos would be difficult to find, particularly against the spinners, against the pacer there. He's just managed to find little angles to push the scoring rate up to 6 in that over without any big high-risk shots. Good over for Middlesex, good over for Stoneman. 28 he has. Davies will have strike on 15. It's 112 for 3.
Yeah, this pair, 2 good runners between the wickets. Like you say, Kev, that boundary on the loose ball, but in between that, you've really got to turn ones into twos, run hard. You can actually be up around that 6, 7 and over without taking too many risks, just by running well.
drag that one from Stoneman. But measured, I'm sure. Skipper will have his way, he'll be working it out. Organ here's a real danger against the left-handers. Trouble. Oh, must have been an inside edge to save him. Goodness me, yeah, it looks as though even in the replay there of the shot from Davies, he just dropped the bat down onto that, but yes, goodness me. That was very tight on that off stump. 116 for 3 after 29. It's a cracking shot by Stoneman. Rewarded by the crowd. Appreciating the effort of the skipper here at the moment. He's got it through again. It's been a real determination about Stoneman through this one-day cup competition for Middlesex to win. Looks as though he wants to go out with a win, even though qualification is gone. Well, he's bringing out the tricks now, Stoneman. He's on to 34. Return of wheel may just have been a bit of a mistake at this particular moment. The Middlesex needed to find runs. They needed to get something to get them going, and Stoneman's using the pace really well. On 2-4 for 3. He's done it again. Imagine, unless they can make the breakthrough, we'll see wheel withdrawn. Stoneman has really enjoyed the pace on at this point, just being able, as I said, to manoeuvre and manufacture the runs.
Yeah, that's really clever batting, Mark Stoneman. Experienced campaigner, 3 boundaries, much needed for Middlesex. Already brings that run rate back down. He's used the pace on all 3 of those. Came into this game averaging just shy of 43. Mark Stoneman in this competition, the One Day Cup this year.
good stop. It's in danger going for 4 more. It's a good throw as well, putting the pressure on, making them run hard that second. They've done it. 14 off the over, 1 to go of it. Middlesex desperately needed an over like this.
It's very good cricket from Mark Stoneman. Brilliant over for Middlesex. 15 from it. It's class batting from a experienced head in the middle order for Middlesex. They'll need him to kick on. Go big, keep going. You see from that over how quickly you can pick up that run rate, find the boundaries when you need them. Key thing is those wickets. These two can stay in for as long as possible. Middlesex have a really good chance of their 4th successful run chase in this competition.
It's the 50 partnership. 132 for 3. 133 for 3. Made it a comfortable 2 actually in the end. I thought it was only going to be a single. A very comfortable 2. Stoneman 34 from 29 deliveries in this partnership. He's going nicely as well. Goes big with this one. Straight into the Dapperbet sign. Down the ground it goes from the skipper. Indeed from Jack Davies, my apologies.
Brilliant shot. Jack Davies can hit a big ball. Playing a really good role in this partnership, rotating the strike. That's his first real sign of aggression, and that's a really clean strike.
Swept in the air and swept for 6. Goodness me. Back-to-back 6s for Davies and Middlesex. And this chase is starting to motor now.
Brilliant cricket from Davies, realising that Organ and Dawson are the 2 main threats, targeting Felix Organ. Put pressure on Nick Gubbins to bring back those pacers. Another brilliant over for Middlesex. Makes it 30 runs in the last 2 overs.
Pretty much back to where they were before Robson fell now. Just a run rate, just approaching 7. Required rate, that is. But here's the little spike they needed. We said that they'd probably have to meander for a little while below. But all of a sudden, 30 runs of 2 overs has changed that. The pressure just swings back a little to Hampshire. It's about keeping their heads, though. Middlesex, of course, there's still plenty of overs to come from Abbott and Abbas, and Dawson. I mean, speaking of the devil, there he is. Kyle Abbott. More of a saint than a devil. the wicket to the left-hander. Yes, no. Stoneman's going to have to dive. I think he may well have given that up, actually. And the ball's still alive, I think. Abbott's looking to see who's backing up. Chaos cricket, as Joe Cracknell called it a few moments ago. When Middlesex got themselves into a spot of bother, it nearly was again there. The appeal originally was for LBW. 48 on the verge of a 50 Stayman. Wide on the crease. And then came the yes-no Brown with that throw, which missed. Could be a huge moment. Middlesex just getting themselves back into this. Brown could have put Middlesex right back in a spot of bother. Use the feet. Stoneman. But Abbott saw Stoneman come in, just dragged it down a little bit. Side. Down the hill as well. Should keep it low on Brown. He's done well there.
Control from Kyle Abbott. Apart from that wide, just reining things back in. Mohammed Abbas warming up as well. Dom Kelly having a nice yawn. Second 11 score in the background there, Neil. Taking in the game. Neil Smith stands in for Don Shelley, the Middlesex first 11 scorer. And he's off watching a bit of rugby. His other great passion. Nicely played from Davis. Single to end the over. Kyle Abbott's return over. Just going for the 3 runs. Middlesex 149 for 3. And a mention on the other important game. Derbyshire versus Durham. Derbyshire currently chasing 254. It's essential. If Hampshire to go on and win this game, it's essential that Derbyshire also win their game against Durham for Hampshire to qualify. Chasing 254, Derbyshire are currently 181 for 4. They need a further 73 to win. From 12 overs, 6 wickets, so they're in a good position there. And it's a former Hampshire man in Aaron Donald, currently at the crease, 12 not out. He could help his former team through to qualification, but that is firstly dependent on the result here. And we've got a really finely poised game. Middlesex in a good position, but Hampshire can bring back their star bowlers, Mohammed Abbas and Kyle Abbott.
Davies, this is going to be a test for young Davies.
Only getting worse, boys. Come on.
It's about 7 overs though, Abbas. Middlesex could. I mean, it's good deployment by Gubbins. Middlesex could take the view, right, let's just see off Abbas. But if they do, that's pretty much going to see them through to the end of power play 2. So their big hitting is going to have to come then in power play 3. Help.
Come on, Bassy. Bassy, lad. That's one here, Bassy. Come on, Bassy. Come on, boy. And a pole. Come on. Come on. Keep building these dots up, Mo.
Real projectile throw. Davies had to be sharp there, make sure that bat was grounded. That was excellent. Excellent piece on fielding. Championship cricket back next week. Be a few more of those white floppies around for that. Felix Organ with the gun arm. Charge from Stoneman, not quite the shot he was intended, but he gets him the single that takes him to a 50 or 55 balls, raises the bat to Merchant Taylor's School, 5 4s, strike rate of 90. And he's given his side a real chance here.
More batting, Mark Stoneman. Captain's knock so far. His side need them to keep going, double it. 23rd list A half century for the Middlesex captain.
It's through nicely from Davies. Just down in front of us. Oh, ouch. Fortunately, looks as though everybody's okay. Albert chasing it down. It's 4. Fortunately, the cameraman's okay as well.
Yeah, all good. Nearly cleaned him out.
Angus Fraser in the background. Lesser spotted Fraser nowadays. Anyway, crucial boundary. Here we go, have a look at it again. Andy, our camera person. Here comes the crash. Oh, didn't even see it coming.
Just got that, we played through.
Oh. Oh no, this is our cameraman, Andy. Oh.
Are you not in control of it? Is it like it's clipped and then...
Double to end, 33 overs bowled. 156 for 3.
Good over again for Middlesex. 7 from it. I'll see that as a success, bringing back Mohammed Abbas. Getting 7 from it. There goes that replay.
Oh, it was a good save by Albert, actually. Could have sent Andy flying there. He's done pretty well. Yeah, and he helped with the umbrella. Nice fella, Albert. from that angle, it looks pretty bad. Are you okay, Andy? Thumbs up. 2 thumbs up. He's great. Not quite the Segway crash those years ago in Australia. A camera person on a Segway went flying into a player and camera rolls along the outfield. I think it was the MCG. Is there another one with some sort of spider cam or something on the sidelines as well? Chops for a single.
Yeah, good from Stoneman. Scores of 75 and 83. Earlier on in the competition, now 51 not out. That single takes Middlesex level with the DLS, just as a gauge for where this innings is at.
Yeah, it's not just the gauge for this one, is it? Because there is that thread of rain around towards the end of the game. You can just see a few clouds brewing up over the back of the new indoor school here at MTS. It's brighter in the distance again, but there is certainly the threat of a shower before the game is out. It's a sweet pick up from Davies. Middlesex have really started to find a way here. It's impressive. Game is starting to slip away against a very talented Hampshire side, and in particular a talented Hampshire bowling lineup. But Stoneman and Davies are finding a way here at the moment to bring this game back into the balance. Still a lot of runs to score, and 1 wicket now changes everything, let alone 2. And that was so nearly it. Abbott can't believe it. Neither can Brown. Slip would have taken Davies. Even at full stretch.
Back-to-back boundaries. Really good this from Stoneman, and Jack Davis again coming in, adding impetus to the innings. He's into the 40s. Just 112 to win, 98 deliveries. Bit of nip on that one. Davis inside edging. Ooh. Frustration. For the Hampshire spearhead, Carl Abbott. Middlesex won't mind this though. Abbott and Abbas, the openers, getting through most of their overs. They come in, brought back in to really try and break this partnership, but Stoneman and Davis doing well. Clawing their side into positive position here. As well fielded from Prest. Dot ball set in the over. Middlesex 165 for 3. At the same point, Hampshire were 151 for 4. That were Middlesex. Last few overs, this partnership really just lifting, spiking Middlesex up over the run rate that Hampshire were at. Key thing there is that partnership. This partnership's building really nicely. Hampshire, big spike increase towards the end of the innings. So it's important that these two keep it going. That run rate's come back down, way more manageable.
from Abbas.
Words between Stoneman and Mohammed Abbas. Abbas wasn't happy. This is something Stoneman dropped the ball at his feet. Nutmegs.
Well, the umpire liked it. Drops the shoulder. Whee. I didn't think there was anything in it. Hampshire seemed a little bit miffed. I mean, maybe if he kicked it back to him and said, "Come pick up your rubbish," then. Bold. Renowned for his accuracy, just continually, relentlessly hitting the top of off stump. Always useful to throwing a short ball every now and again, and a reminder batter he can't sit forward. No ball. A little bit carried away with that one. I'm surprised he's surprised on that one. Did see one really take off earlier? I didn't think it was that short a length. Whereas this one, look at that, it's not even in shot. Single, quite where he intended it, but Middlesex, to some extent, have to make their own luck at the moment. Bass has got his bit between his teeth at the moment, but he's only got an over to go after this. And for 35, Middlesex will feel they've played him pretty well. Brooks had a similar economy going up to his last couple of overs, but then took some tap. I think Middlesex will happily see off a Bass. Done for 40 for Pakistan seamer from his 10 overs.
Over from Abbas, just a 3 from it, but he only has 1 left, and he's importantly no wickets in that tally. Middlesex will be very happy to see his 10 overs out. Ali Orr on the side there. He's been out for a lot of the season with a broken arm, not quite ready to get back to action yet, making the move over from Sussex to Hampshire at the start of this season. Should be back into the Red Bull team from next week. Here we go. This is the This is the main challenge now, you feel. Liam Dawson, back from the 100 yesterday. A key all-rounder. Spinner, he takes a lot of wickets. He keeps things very tight. Not easy to get away, and he's been brought back into the attack here to break this partnership.
Very unlucky not to have got more of a look in with England. Liam Dawson over the years. Been not a surprise that he hasn't been thrown the opportunity on a number of occasions. Here he is, left arm around, trying to keep that LBW in play.
Interesting to see how Middlesex and this pair play. Liam Dawson, he's still got 5.5 overs left. Do Middlesex just look to play him sensibly? Yeah, do they look to take Liam Dawson downtown, try and get him back out of the attack?
Nearly gets through. On 72 for 3, 36 overs. 101, 105 to win, 84 deliveries. Wickets in hand, you fancy you do that, 105 from 84, that looks a pretty good equation for Middlesex to win this. Townsend just back up over that run of ball. I don't think that is rain in the distance. Looking with the naked eye, it's darker, it's gloomy like that, but there's one set of trees that might be hiding a little shower, a little column of rain to the naked eye. But perhaps that camera shot did show. Up in the air, Brown's on the move. Brown holds on. Keeper enjoyed that. It's a big catch. The fellow keeper, Jack Davies, falls for 46 off 44. It's a first wicket for Mohammed Abbas. Davies will be a little disappointed with that. Abbas's last over. Was he the man to attack?
Yeah, it's weighing up the decision there, really. You got Liam Dawson at one end, difficult to get away. They've looked to put pressure on both Abbott and Abbas, but wicket falling. A really good innings from Jack Davis. He's put his team in a strong position in this game, but with this being Abbas's last over, there's always going to be that thought of seeing them out, but modern day player, very positive, no matter who's bowling. Always looking to attack and be positive.
Luke Holman, the new batter for Middlesex, coming in at 6. So a bit of a change up to the order. The right-handed, left-handed, maybe 2 left-handers in against Dawson at the moment. Perhaps felt that Holman is the better option to face Dawson at this stage. Ryan Higgins was due in next. Of course, he was off the field for the vast majority of that Middlesex. And that Hampshire innings to begin. No ball again. The Bass is going to turn and see it. 103 to win from 83. So Davies will be a little bit disappointed as well, because Middlesex have just got it to the situation where you think with the wickets in hand, it's really only one winner here, Middlesex. Unless there's a clatter of wickets at this stage, they should be running this very, very close, at very least.
Luke Holman off the mark. Punch out into the covers. It was a brilliant partnership from Stoneman and Davis, putting their team into a great position. Davis bringing that intent, a couple of big maximums. But he's gone, and now it's Luke Holman's time. Good opportunity for the all-rounder.
Smith looking nervous in the background, the second 11 scorer. He's on the prowl. He's got him. He's got the big wicket in his final over. He takes the two set batters. Davies to begin, and then Stoneman with the sweetest of deliveries. Nicks off through to the keeper. A lovely ball by the Pakistan international. Round the wicket. Just got it straight in the middle. It's a belter over delivery. Finest of flicks through to Brown. Stoneman will be bitterly disappointed. He fought so hard to bring Middlesex back into this, and they still are. But the skipper would have loved to have seen the job home himself. He's played extremely well for his 53 from 64. Middlesex were getting themselves into a period of deep trouble. But back he goes, 175 for 5, and then behind him there, you'll have seen as well, there are two figures emerging, which means Ryan Higgins has a runner. Joe Cracknell was with us a little while ago. Stoneman throws away the gloves, drags himself off. Higgins is walking pretty gingerly, it has to be said. He's got a huge job to do here for Middlesex right now.
Stoneman caught by Brown off the bowling of a bat.
Wow.
53 and off 64.
How different those figures look now. Mohamed Abbas, we questioned, is it worth bowling one of your star spearheads out before those death overs come? And you would say that that decision has been very much justified. Abbas, two enormous wickets. Jack Davies and then Mark Stoneman to finish his spell. Just one ball remaining here to the new man, Ryan Higgins. Good captaincy from Nick Gubbins. Brilliant bowling from Mohamed Abbas. Dot ball. Higgins doesn't look too comfortable out there. Brings an end to a very good spell. Potentially an over that could change this game. Swings it back in Hampshire's favour. Again, this is a must-win game if they have hopes of qualification. They need to win this here, and that big over from Mohamed Abbas. That's why you sign these big international stars, these overseas players. They can win you games. And that over could have just swung this towards Hampshire.
Gubbins and Dawson slowing it up. 3 overs left of power play 2. Fancy from this position. The game is Hampshire's to lose again very quickly because you've got 2 new batters out there. Slips down the slope. Dawson had to trap the bat down on it. Holman. He'll enjoy this challenge. Rolled a bit to Dawson earlier. Took a little bit of tap from it at times. Sure, he'd like to give some back, but that's for later, not now. Got to build a partnership now, these two get themselves in. Nope. Leaning across.
Pressure on these two now. Ryan Higgins back from the 100. Took a catch earlier and then left the field. No, Middlesex will pray that his injury is nothing too serious. Must be feeling okay if he's gone out there to bat.
What a ball that is. Higgins stands bemused, smiling as he ever does. Smiling almost in disbelief, but also in that little bit of pain as well. There'll be a bit of a grimace in there for Higgins. He's gone for a second ball duck. Goodness me, there would have been a few buses who'd have gone to that delivery. Get the front pad across, maybe slightly impeded by the injury. Higgins, he hasn't particularly gone anywhere. He stayed there in his stance. So he's left all 3 stumps open as he's closed the face. But nonetheless, it's a beautiful ball from Dawson. Even if he had got himself across and in line, there's every chance that may well have been taking an edge. Going through the gate.
The incoming batter,
176 for 6. Josh DeCaries comes in. 601 runs shy of their target. 4 wickets standing now. Things have changed very quickly. Hampshire right on top. Hawks looking to sweep through to the knockout stages.
Brilliantly bowled, Liam Dawson. Again, that extra bit of quality. Mohamed Abbas, now Liam Dawson. Beautiful deliveries. 3 big wickets. And this game very much looks like it's Hampshire's to lose.
Brown is inquiring as to whether there should be a slip in place. I think that was where he was pointing the glove. 176 for 6.
Change of bowling from the late end, Felix Organ.
Felix Organ coming back. Ball for the left-handed Holman. Fellow off-break bowler De Carey's. Rain starting to fall here at Radlett. TLS, I can promise you, is well out of the equation now for Middlesex at 6 down. .212 for the end of the 39th is the Duckworth-Lewis. So Middlesex a long way off that.
Where that task gets difficult now for Middlesex. 2 batters, got to try and get themselves in quickly. There's rain coming down as well. Not the easiest of conditions.
The light's becoming an issue now as well, so there's a little bit of rain falling, light misty rain. But the scoreboard on the far side, the electronic one, looking pretty bright at the moment. The umpires did get their light meters out in the last, or brought them out to the middle in the last drinks break. It's not in the full, good stop by Bass. So there's a boundary there, they pick up a single though. End of the 39th, 211 was the DLS, or is the DLS for the end of the 39th, so Middlesex a long way shy of it. 179 for 6. Side, pitching outside the line.
This is the threat. Liam Dawson to the right-hander. We saw that absolute peach of a delivery to get rid of Ryan Higgins. This pitch is starting to really turn.
2. No, De Carey's isn't going to take on the arm. Gets through. It gets through for a welcome boundary for Middlesex. Holman's first.
A shot from Luke Holman, powerful. Was a chance for a catch for Liam Dawson. It's flown past him.
wide, started down the leg side. Power play 2 is done. Middlesex 188 for 6. Holman on 9 to Carey's on 3. 89 from 60 is very, very manageable. But they've got to keep wickets in hand.
The same stage, scores are still pretty close. Hampshire 197 for 5. This is where they really started to increase that run rate. Toby Albert played a brilliant innings in the last 10 overs. He found the boundaries.
Single taken. Oh, misfield, they'll get 2, 190 for 6. Now, Hampshire had a very quiet start to power play 3. Middlesex really tied them down overs 1, 2 and 3 with power play 3. Then they started to get going again and motored Albert's innings, more than topping things up. He made that Hampshire innings. Oh, now, was there a bit of glove involved? Holman's not walking and the umpire's shaking his head, just forearm or elbow, a little bit of upper arm. Yeah, right elbow.
Rain just coming down a bit harder here at Merchant Taylors. Push for a single. There's some darker clouds lingering. Could also mean the light becoming more of an issue as well.
Nice little tickle to end the over, 194 for 6.
It's tough to see where this pair go now. You think Liam Dawson will probably bowl out. They're going to have to take the aggressive approach. 83 to win now from 54 deliveries, just 9 overs remaining. 4 wickets in hand. This is the partnership that'll need to take Middlesex close or over the line.
Two's the call. Up at the fielder and it's well run. Oh, dearie me. Chops the bat. through to Carey's.
Good lord. Dearie me.
It's the pitch of it, but almost yorked himself with that. Full bunger. Reverse straight to the field, or he'll feel he's missed out on a couple there, Holman. It's through. Gubbins has to give chase. Abbott. No. Saw one of those for Middlesex earlier with Carey's. He slid and he flicked it back in. His trailing hand actually took it over the line with him, and poor old Abbott. Gubbins was giving such a hard chase, not wanting his bowler to dive, but Abbott's such a full-hearted teammate. On the board for Middlesex. Talk about 100 in your last 10 overs. And this day, well, 8.2 overs to go. They only need 77 Middlesex, but it's that wickets column that's a danger. Danger to Hampshire is Luke Holman. He's a bowler full of confidence at the moment. We probably haven't seen an innings of his class for a while. Josh Carey similarly at the other end, be very keen to make a point with the bat. Two spinners who could arguably push to be batters who spin. Genuine all-rounders, certainly at the moment for Middlesex.
Good over for Middlesex. Very good from Luke Holman. 11 from it. 205 for 6. 72 remaining to win 48 balls. And news from Durham that Derbyshire have completed victory by 4 wickets. So Durham are now officially out of contention. It's between Derbyshire and Hampshire for that last spot for qualification. If Hampshire win here, they go through. If they lose, it's Derbyshire's.
Change of bowling from the late end, Brad Wheel.
Brad Will's reintroduction earlier accelerated the run rate. Stoneman took a liking to the pace and managed to manoeuvre it and manufacture the runs. Now Holman and Carey's like the pace of Wheel.
Yes, boy.
It's a sweet pickup. Just a single though, and that's the difficulty for Middlesex. Wide helps. 68 to win from 43.
Take. Come, Wheelie, bro.
That's punched hard. It's punched beautifully off the back foot by the Careys, and it's punched for 4.
Beautiful shot. Josh De Carey's pace of Brad Wheel. That's just sitting up, but De Carey's standing tall. Off the back foot. There's a real crunching shot through the offside. It's raced to the boundary. Beautiful shot. This pair are keeping Middlesex in with a chance. Could be in for an exciting finish here at Merchant Taylors.
Blake Cullen running out the towel for Luke Holman and a drink. TLS is 2:26 for the end of the 43rd. End of the 44th, Middlesex at 6 down would need to be 2:38 after 44. Forgive me, 2:30 after 44 at 6 down. So they need to score 17 runs off this over to be level with the DLS.
Big couple of overs this. Liam Dawson likely to bowl through. Lovely strike again from De Carey's. Well fielded. Dom Kelly down on the boundary. They come back for 2. This game's just starting to tense up a little bit.
Oh, that's a beaut. Well, we saw the ball to Higgins from Dawson. He was always going to be the danger for Hampshire. Left arm around, getting that one straight into the right-hander, going through the gate. It's a bit of a navigate there. Again, that bat coming down at an angle, down and across. From De Carey's bat face closing as it comes down as well. Tough for De Carey's part thinking defence. Keep that bat face straight, bring it down straight. They're also thinking about nudging and nurdling just to keep the scoreboard ticking. Big wicket for Hampshire, again just to the point where Middlesex would have been thinking they're getting back into it. 216 for 7.
Toby Rowland-Jones.
Yeah, Liam Dawson again, big player, stepping up at an important moment. Again, coming back from the 100 last night, Liam Dawson straight into the team. He's picked up 2 big wickets now. We saw that one to Ryan Higgins really turn. That one to De Carey's just went straight on. De Carey's just played around it. That brings Red Bull skipper, club captain Toby Rowland-Jones to the crease.
Well, if you need some long handle, Rowland-Jones is your man. Kind of batter that can actually take that runs to win down dramatically in just a single over. It's a tough task against Dawson. He's got 9 balls left. So Rowland-Jones take the view that there's 9 balls to take out of this equation. Dawson at best tickle a single. The mark first ball. The strike back to Holman, so left arm spinner to left-handed batter. Run that one well, it'll just be a single. Means he keeps the strike into the over, 44 gone. 218 for 7. Wonder will there be a temptation from Rowland-Jones to finish this. Just decided to bring the Rowland-Jones show to Merchant Taylor's School. Start to tee off.
Middlesex are still in this equation that both these players will actually quite like. Very aggressive batters that can find the boundaries. One more over of Liam Dawson. Kyle Abbott back into the attack.
Single start. That scoreboard ticking. But still 3 overs to go. He's going to be so hard to get away at this stage. But again, look to Holman anchor in this. If Rowland-Jones decides to counter, one good Rowland-Jones over could bring it down to a run of ball. meeting of two mighty players, Kyle Abbott, Toby Rowland-Jones. Both very capable batters, fearsome bowlers. Cross seam from Abbott. So unlucky to lose his place in that South Africa semi-final side to Bernard Philander. World Cup semi-final 10 years ago now, nearly. Up in the air, gone. Holman's day is done. 27 from 29. The return of Abbott brings the wicket for Hampshire. Wouldn't quite say that that's game done and dusted yet, because as long as Rowland-Jones is there, he's very capable of sending this ball far and wide at Merchant Taylor's School. But Holman's batted really well. Be disappointed that he wasn't able to be part of seeing it home if Middlesex are to win. But that wicket certainly swings things back in the favour of Hampshire. 220 for 8. Henry Brooks making his way out to the middle.
The incoming batter,
very good batter, as is Bamber to come. You would not rule out Brooks and Rowland-Jones being able to put something together here. But you do wonder whether Rowland-Jones will just decide to press the gamble button.
Holman caught by Kelly off the bowling of Abbott for 27.
Look at those wickets. So close, Middlesex, but 5 wickets in a very short space of time. And those 3 in particular, Davies, Stoneman and Higgins. Disappointed because they've done a pretty good job on a tested surface. 220 for 8. Oh, nearly 220 for 9. Might be a boundary though. Slide prevents that. Just a couple taken.
Yes, boys, come on. And a Paul. Yes, Abbott.
It's through, it's in the air for the moment. There's a groan from the crowd thinking that could have been a catch. There's a leap, I think it was from Gubbins, thinking that it was in the air for a while, and it was, as you can see there, in front of backward point, but it gets through and it's another boundary. Keeps alive Middlesex's hopes. 51 for 3, 1 ball to go, the 45th. Derbyshire fans will be sitting nervously now. Cheering on Middlesex. Right to the wire in the One Day Cup. Oh, nearly lifted it back. Talked about it being a little bit of a slow pitch, the ball stopping occasionally. We've seen a lot of it, and very nearly again there. But Brooks survives. He has 6 from 3. Rowland-Jones 2 from 2. Middlesex 226 for 8 from 45.
Difficult position now for Middlesex, but these two can bat, they can hit some big boundaries. Just takes a couple of good overs and you're right back into it. This is going to be a real challenge. Liam Dawson, final over of his spell, taking some key wickets already, that of Ryan Higgins and Josh DeCary's.
couple away. It's a good tumbling stop. Jones on to 4. Target to win. Below 50 now. It's Dawson's last over. Does Roland Jones see it out? So it would appear to be yes. Probably be advisable.
Big stride from Henry Brooks. Dawson will look to just spin it past that outside edge.
Single. Dawson's done 2 for 51 from his 10, 5 off his last over, and Middlesex will have looked at him and thought, oh, a little bit more of that.
Dawson, 10 overs, 2 wickets for 51.
Just tickling it around. Not too many, too risky, too high risk shots. Change of bat from Roland Jones. Will it bring a change of approach now? Dawson's done 46 from 24. They won't want to leave it much longer. Middlesex will have to open up at some point. Probably fancy that Roland Jones is just going to pick an over, pick a bowler. So the question is who will replace Dawson. If it's Kelly or Wheel, then with the Bass bowled out, Abbott bowling out from the lake end, then perhaps
maybe a bit further with the hill.
Roland Jones takes the view that he's going to score the majority of this 46 off the 12 balls at the other end. Well, there's the first swing.
Oh, Kyle!
I'd imagine that Roland Jones will want at least 1 over at the other end to go at it, rather than go at Abbott and fall in this over. Go in the next over against Wheel or Kelly. If it doesn't come off, then go after Abbott in the 49th. Hold of that one, but not enough. Straight to the fielder at deep mid-wicket. He won't get the chance to go at Wheel or Kelly. And he's disappointed, hangs his head back. Capable of such big shots, but not for this one. And that probably is going to be that for the game. It's the delight of Hampshire and the disappointment of Derbyshire as well. Middlesex 231 for 9.
Yeah, disappointment for Roland Jones. Struck it really nicely. Just couldn't get enough elevation, enough distance. Tom Prest took a pretty straightforward catch, but never easy picking that white ball out of the cloudy skies. It's well held. It's been a good bowling performance from Hampshire and fielding. They've been sharp in the field, direct hits. Good energy from the outfielders. It looks like they're on their way through to the next stages of this competition. Ethan Bamber, the last man in for Middlesex. Can he do something special?
Well, much like whether Roland Jones would hold back and over and go after the other end rather than go after Abbott. Take the view that Middlesex are going to have to do this in one very big over, really get going against one bowler in particular. It's Jess Brooks would be best advised, pushing back these three and just seeing who's on. Who do they go for? Wheel. Nope. No, he's up in the air with it. Might get away with it. Not only get away with it, gets away with it for 4. Really think. Drop a single though. See at the end of this Abbott over and then just see what comes from the Benham end.
Yes, Kyle.
Edged for 4.
Come on, Abu.
37 to win.
Henry Brooks throwing the long handle at it. Back-to-back boundaries. You just get a single off this ball. And then give it more long handle in the next over. Just a slight delay while the ball's getting returned. It's been a well-oiled Hampshire performance. There's a middle stage when Davies and Stoneman were going well. They didn't panic. That big over of Mohammed Abbas coming back in and getting rid of both set batters. And then Liam Dawson picking up a couple of wickets. Changed the game.
Ooh, comes down the track for it. Goes over the top. How far has that gone? 4 to end the over. 2:44 for 9. Well, they took on Abbott. Brought down Roland Jones. Bamber pushes a single. Start of the next over. Then it's over to Brooks to see if he can take down from the other end as well. 2:44 for 9. 3 to bowl. 277 the target.
Very good, Henry Brooks. Little cameo, 19 from 9 deliveries. Middlesex, 244 for 9, require 33 from the last 3 overs. There's still a chance.
Sun breaks through. Will it shine on Middlesex one last time before the one-day cup's done? It'll be pretty cruel on Hampshire because there's a lot at stake for them. For Middlesex, it's pride, taking a bit of form, and their fortress merchant tailors feel on with them to the next game, which is the visit of Northamptonshire in the Championship next week. 244 for 9. So wheel it is. Balls, and pushing hard at that. Just needs to find the single here, really. Number 11 get the strike to the number 10. Swing from Bamber, he's going to get away with it for a single. Will they take the second? Brooks is happy to take it. I'm not quite sure that that was the best idea, though. Looks as though Bamber's going to swing out. As again, this time it is just a single, so 3 balls for Brooks to face Wheel. Score. How many do you want to score off the final over? No more than 14 for sure. So you make off these 3. 12 the next over maybe. Now that has been clubbed down the grounds for 6. 253 for 9, and this is on now for Middlesex.
Big shot. Henry Brooks. Full toss from Brad Will. Just could have been a no ball, maybe just under waist height, but that's a lovely strike.
25 from 10. Oh, now I thought I heard a little nick on that. Through it goes to the gloves of the keeper. 25 for 11. Brooks has scored. Middlesex need 24 off 13. Sounded like a noise, but there was absolutely nothing near that. Down the ground again. 1 bounce 4. 20 to win from 12, and Hampshire will start to be worrying now. They'll be starting to panic a little bit. Brooks has given Middlesex every chance here at the end. There was always the likelihood that if Middlesex batted out their overs, they were going to be very close. So if they don't win this, they'll be frustrated. Gave a few away too cheaply, too quickly. 13 off that over, and well, the requirement for Middlesex is far less than that which Brooks has already achieved. 29 from 12, Middlesex only need 20 from 12 to win. Ethan Bamber dropped the single.
Brilliant. Henry Brooks showing what he can do with the bat. A bit of worry in the Hampshire fielders. It's going to be difficult against Kyle Abbott. Bamber just bat on ball. Brooks is into a nice rhythm, getting back on strike.
Oh dear. Bamber trying to help Brooks, but he's helped Hampshire into the knockout stages. Look at the celebration from Gubbins against his former county, and Dawson, who's made the trip back to come and help his sides. Bamber, the last to go, trying to get it away. Middlesex's competition, of course, is over. So Bamber trying to play his part, try and have the fun, try and get it going. The look at his face says it all. Brooks had really brought Middlesex close there. 257 all out, a 19-run victory for Hampshire in the One Day Cup. Good luck to them as they go on in this competition and into this season, especially Nick Gubbins for Middlesex opener. And Hampshire captain, who kindly gave up his time earlier as well to come and join us on the stream. That's 75 from 53, match winning from Abbott earlier. Brooks is 29 from 12, nearly bringing Middlesex back into it, but those bowling figures, Abbott 4 for 48, Abbas 2 for 38, Dawson 2 for 51. 3 high quality bowlers playing their part, as well as that cameo from Albert at the end. That's it from the live stream here at Merchant Taylor School. Be back on this very ground next week, Thursday, for the championship and the visits of Northamptonshire. From Don Ford, myself, Kevin Hand, and the stream team, it's a very good night to you all, and to wishing Hampshire the best for the rest of their season as well. But for this one, it's defeat for Middlesex as Hampshire win by 19 runs.